And we're live.
Hello.
How are you,
Hello.
Horace?
Good, good. I'm the
Thank,
guest today. What's up, guys?
thank you
What's up?
so much for coming on. Like you're one of the streams that I look up to, and that I hope to be like. I mean, like I see your production, and not just like your production and everything that like looks and sounds like amazing, but also just the level of absolute grind that you do and your deep dives on like every topic that you do an episode about is to me it's amazing, top
No,
tier.
well, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, what's up, Chimera? Yeah,
Hey,
I
Tamara.
appreciate it, man. Just had enough free time to start streaming like every single day. That's all you gotta do. It's just stream nonstop, and eventually you get better at it. I think. I don't know.
Hey, and by the way, nice to meet you. I'm not actually like a
To meet you.
Twitch content consumer. My
Oh
first time
wow.
on Twitch is just being here with this channel. So like I hadn't had any introduction to you or your content or anything like that. So it's nice to meet you. I don't have much frame of reference, but I'm very
Yeah,
appreciative of you coming on here and talking to us.
sure. Sure, yeah. We've never really met either. Yeah, like I've stopped by and I've seen you in here. Johnny's talked about you, but yeah, no, I haven't really got a chance to meet you. So, hello, what's up? I'm Horse.
Hey, what's up?
I got my cat over there. Hey, Jade, you wanna come over here? Nope, nope, she's not
My
over here anymore. Hey,
my
come
cat
here.
makes my cat makes pretty regular appearances on here as well. So it'd be really nice if we could get a dueling cat appearance today. That would be the
That'd
real
be
achievement unlocked.
Yeah, she just dodged me. I was gonna be able to snap her up. She was sitting on the edge of the couch, but she is.
Jade is not in the mood.
Jade! Damn it! Come here. Come here. Come here. Maybe I'll give
Let me
her
see
some.
if I can let me see if I can beckon a cat up here.
Oh yeah, yeah. See if you can get the cat.
Pat's gonna wrangle a cat, everybody.
Yeah, we're gonna wrangle some cats. Hey, Jade. Look at this. This is a treat. Yeah. Yeah. Who's a gullible baby? Come here.
Who's a gullible
Come here. It's a treat. If you come right here and hop up on my lap, I'll give you a treat. Oh,
nope.
we got a cat.
Is that boy?
This is Boy Cat.
Here we go.
Hi, boy cat.
Hello.
Look at these cats. Well, this is definitely gonna be the YouTube
Look at the cat.
this
She's
is definitely gonna be the picture for the episode.
That's right. She was like, I was told I'd get a treat. You only gave me one treat, and now you're holding me. That's not a part of the deal. Okay, listen. I'll give you another treat, all right? If you stay there, I'll give you another treat. Yeah? That sounds good?
Damn, I need some treats up here. That's
That's
a
how you get them.
yeah. I need to bring. I have my treats in the kitchen, but they would do me. Oh, he's on the mic. He's rubbing on the mic.
We love it. No.
He's a very affectionate guy.
Oh, he's very cute. No, I
Thank
think
you.
it's
Thank you.
great.
And
when
yours as
cats
well.
rub their
And
heads
yours
on
as well.
Yeah, it's great when cats rub their heads on mics. I try to get Jade to meow or purr into the microphone sometimes. Just hold her right up to it. And she'll speak sometimes. I
Yeah,
mean,
this guy's pretty talkative, but normally when he's bothering me for something, not just out of the goodness of his heart.
oh
Not
yeah,
just because he wants to talk to you.
no, yeah, she always wants food, and she's meowing at me for more food. It's like you're getting fed in an hour. I already gave you a snack, so I wish she'd stay on camera though. She just hops in my lap and then just runs away.
I would say like the one streamer that has set it up the most genius way is to have a second camera pointed at the cat tree.
Yeah, left
Marcus
like
on Left
that.
Flank Vets. Yeah.
I've
Left like
seen
that.
I've seen like magic streamers that have like little side cameras for their dogs, or there was one magic streamer that had one in his hamster cage, like
That's
a
wild.
little webcam in the hamster cage.
Oh wow,
You know,
that's
maybe,
that's a good idea. I mean, I should get another webcam. Too bad Jade never sits in one position for long.
Yeah.
So.
that's why you just gotta have endless treats on like a cat tree.
Yeah, I've given her treats, but it doesn't only get so far. Isn't that right? I mean, I'll give you another treat. If you come over here, you'll get another one. You gotta come over here voluntarily. I'm not gonna pick you up this time. She looks upset at me. Anyways, that's a little cat interlude there.
Yeah, that breaks the ice real nicely.
Yeah,
Just get a couple cats on camera, have a couple bros together.
So, welcome to Subversive History, everybody. A anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, cat-based stream.
That's right.
We illuminate the stories behind the often besmirched and disregarded stories behind anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist cats.
Nice. We love anti-imperialist cats. I don't know what that would exactly look like, but I support it in concept.
I mean, it's one of those things where you'll know it when you're looking at it,
Oh yeah, like obscenity.
Yeah.
You'll know it when you see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So also, before we get started, I also just want to apologize for always posting in your chat in all caps. I really am. I would be screaming it, but I don't think you'd hear me.
Oh, I guess you did post in my chat all caps like yesterday, but yeah, I don't
All
think
the time.
very often. Oh well, I got something for you later. I was I earlier today I was looking into the clothing brand that Vladimir Zelensky promotes all the time.
Get the fuck out. He promotes a clothing brand?
Yeah. Well, haven't you noticed he's always wearing like tactical shirts and
I thought it was just like a green shirt.
No. So like all of his fleeces, all of his shirts, all of his t-shirts all come from a Ukrainian brand. And Moss Robeson dug into them a little bit and had some sussy stuff. So I found their parent company's website and, auto-translated it from Ukrainian. Some really interesting stuff in there. Some real interesting, shall we say, product designs.
I cannot wait. I hope it's even better than the what would you even call it? Like the stormtroopers killing
No, it's pretty light. Hey, have you ever heard of Ilsa, the she-wolf of the SS? Because that's on a shirt.
Whoa.
What?
Yeah, they have an Ilsa she-wolf shirt. Yeah.
Isn't that some Adam Waffen shit?
No, it was a exploitation films from the 70s about
Right.
sexy SS officer. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so they have a pinup of her on a shirt, and I'm like, damn, that's crazy. Why is the president shopping there?
So, I guess to get us started, right?
Go ahead.
Pat, you have never heard of Lyndon Larouche.
I heard of Lyndon Larouche. Is it Lyndon? I heard of this last week when we were talking with Red Falcon, and I've heard the term Laroucheite.
Oh, you had
around, cool. But this is something that I'm interested in. I consider myself like a relatively well-read person, somebody that's reading a lot and getting a lot of books, and I read a lot of things from like a leftist perspective, various historical events, theories, figures, things like that. And in every single book that I own, this person has not come up.
Yeah.
It's weird that now strictly associated with this influencer or content creator thing, I'm hearing it associated with all these people. Yet in any actual history of socialism or Marxism or any of these things, I have not heard this person referenced whatsoever.
Right. That's because he was never a Marxist. Well,
okay.
He was a Trotskyist for 3 years.
Okay.
Right? So I'll explain a little bit more about the Laroucheites, but essentially the core of their political praxis is theatrics and lying. So a good example of that is if you remember those fake CPUSA accounts.
Okay, was this on Twitter?
Yeah, on Twitter. Yeah, so a month ago, the infrared people decided they had failed to infiltrate CPUSA, right? So they tried to infiltrate CPUSA quietly at first.
Infrared was attempting. I know what infrared is. They were attempting to infiltrate CPUSA.
Right. So the Pat Sox, so he had been pushing this thing for a year called CPUSA 2036, which was basically the idea that by 2036, the Pat Sox would have control of the CPUSA, and the CPUSA would be control of the United States, and they declare a U.S. Soviet Union except racist.
So this is before the whole MAGA communism push.
This was before they called themselves MAGA communists. This was still when they were Marxist-Leninists. This was even prior. This started even
Right.
prior to the mecha tanky thing, right?
Right.
They come up with new identities.
Can I ask something real quick?
Every week.
Did they like Haas or anything? Did they actually adopt the I guess you call it the pseudonym of MAGA communist? Is that something that people actually said, or was that attributed to them by their detractors?
That was theirs. So they started taking. So the only thing they ever applied to themselves that was external was PatSoc, right? People called.
They didn't come up with. They weren't the ones that were like, "Hey, we are this brand."
I can't remember exactly how it happened, but it was like they started rolling with that one. But them changing their name constantly is kind of a part of the Laroucheite praxis, and I'll get to that in a second. But basically, they wanted to take over the CPUSA, right, by slowly infiltrating it. And they had moderate success at getting their members in. But once they started getting more openly reactionary and anti-trans and stuff like that, it was pretty hard for them to hide. And the CPUSA, for all of its other faults, they did not handle this as well as I would have. They don't understand the idea of like online warfare or information warfare or any of that stuff. They're still old school in their leadership, but they do know how to purge. So they purge the shit out of the party. And
the age-old tradition.
I mean, that's the one thing that's continued to be passed down, you know, forever.
An effective purge.
As far as I heard, like they went hard enough to not only revoke membership for individual people by basically, well, I'm not going to reveal their methods on how they ID'd people, but revoking individual people, but going so far as to just excising entire branches of the CPUSA. Right, there was like one branch that was like basically run by a PatSoc, and they just like, nope, revoked membership for the whole branch. So their attempt failed. And what they decided to do was, okay, if we can't join them and take them over from the inside because they notice us, what if we just tell everyone that we're the CPUSA and lie until it becomes real? So that's the sort of Laroucheite praxis. So what they did was they made, in a coordinated effort, probably 60 fake CPUSA accounts. So if there was an existing CPUSA account, say CPUSA Illinois, they made a second one. And if there was a CPUSA account for that town or city or state, they made one. The only way you could tell the difference just by at a glance without looking at the posts was they altered the direction of the hammer and gear logo for CPUSA. That was the only way you could tell it was different at a glance if you didn't look at their posts. So they attempted to tell everyone, it was a very Larouchian fuck you, that they're like, we're going to lie and tell everyone that we're you, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. Unfortunately for them, fortunately for us, it didn't go over very well, and not many people, except for the dumbest debate sphere people who were acting in bad faith, bought it. So now they're back to the drawing board. This time they're planning on infiltrating the CPUSA again. But yeah, Larouche and the Laroucheites were never really a main figure in left-wing politics, and there's a reason for that, because it's a techno-fascist cult. And throughout their history, they have worked with Nazis, like did the Holocaust Nazis, and other fascists, rather than leftists. So I'll explain their history in a little bit, but basically their whole thing is theater, theatrics, and lying and manipulation. For example, if you remember those people shouting down AOC, Ilhan Omar, and Obama and saying, World War III, you're going to cause World War III, that stuff, those were all Laroucheites. And those are what the Laroucheites call, in their grand theatrical term, an intervention. So they were staging these interventions to raise the profile of Laroucheites. Now, they've had a bit of a renaissance lately, but they're still kind of struggling, because back in the day, the Laroucheites were getting bankers, astrophysicists, top scientists in their fields, very similar to Shirinkyo, who had some of the highest class scientists in Japan. Now they're getting people who got fired from RT America for being too racist, so they're definitely a step down in terms of quality.
So RT is just gone. The entire U.S. wing of RT is gone now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Larouche...
And there was many reputable people part of that, though. Like,
Lee Camp was on there.
Abby Martin, Lee Camp. There was a lot of good people on there, right?
RT was always weird, right? Because RT had, just like CGT in English, RT was weird because you had a mix of good, honest left-wing journalists, left-wing Russian state assets, and then freaks, right? Like, so the RT actually, as proved by Moss Robeson, was actually working with LaRoucheites as early as like 2015, 2016. So RT's been promoting LaRoucheites. Press TV, Iranian TV, has been promoting LaRoucheites for some reason, and so has, even worse, CGT in English, right?
Right.
CGT in English, to be clear, is separate. It is a separate entity than the actual Chinese state media. It's its own entity. And
So does it receive Chinese state funding or any kind of like editorial?
that I'm not sure on. I would imagine some degree, but it has a high level of freedom. And
Okay.
for whatever reason, the LaRoucheites got in real early on CGTN, and CGTN is basically English, completely shot through. They're just posting Helga Zepp LaRouche stuff. They're interviewing these like weird LaRouche guys, like his name was like Colonel David Roberts or something, who was going on about how, you know, the gay agenda was going to end civilization. And
Oh, was he talking about like wokeness and shit?
no, gay people having sex.
Oh,
Now, let me ask you this, maybe this will help me, because like I'm literally hearing this maybe a week ago, as like I didn't, to be honest, because I've followed very little into like a little bit of like the early debate stuff with like Hinkle and Haas, and I guess, and I began following Maupin like years ago, before like I heard any of the controversies and things like that.
Right.
And he seemed to be like kind of like the arbiter of like the Pat Sock situation. But who would you say is like the most significant LaRoucheite that I may have heard of?
Okay, well, Hawes and Hinkle, probably.
Okay, it would be them. Like
Hinkle
okay.
is the big LaRoucheite right now.
Who was it?
Honestly, most of the other ones keep a low profile. Do you remember Jeff Young?
Jeff Young.
Jeff Young was a anti-imperialist Democrat running for Congress or Senate in Kentucky. Right? He lost his election badly, but he won over a lot of the Twitter MLs by saying a lot of the right stuff. And now he was never openly associated during the time of his campaign, right? Because he was a kind of around, and then he kind of is one of those people that kind of appears out of the ether, and everyone knows them over the course of 2 months. And nobody really dug into his background. If anyone had just Googled his name and LaRouche, they would have seen he was speaking at LaRouche conferences 5 years ago.
So this is big enough that there's conferences.
Oh, no, they're big enough that they can get the German federal police to rule a homicide a suicide.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's that. So like, because, hearing about this, I hear it commonly referred to within like the Twitch sphere or the YouTube sphere surrounding a couple of these content creators. And to me, and maybe to other people that are hearing about it, don't realize the scope that we're talking about. If what you're saying is that that this organization has influence over German police and, is holding conferences and is potentially infiltrating U.S. Democratic, I guess you said a senator, was it?
So they've been attempting and failing at infiltrating the Democratic Party since the 70s. They have attempted to infiltrate and, by some measures, been more successful the Republican Party. But they've been around for a long time, and they have a lot of money. So I'll kind of explain the breakdown real quick. So the LaRouche cult, right? It has a couple entities now. There's the LaRouche PAC, which is their kind of political fundraising and PAC arm, right? Which technically has no association with the LaRouche organization, right? Supposedly they had an acrimonious divorce around the time LaRouche died in like 2019, and they're not on speaking terms. They've reinforced that lately because Solomon Pena, the LaRoucheite who shot up a bunch of Democrats' houses after losing his election, he was a member of LaRouche PAC and had donated a lot of money to them. Then there is the LaRouche organization, which is now renamed itself the Schiller Institute. It's based out of Weisburg, Germany, and the Schiller Institute is by far their biggest and most influential outfit. As a part of the Schiller Institute, they also have something called EIR, Executive Intelligence Review, which is a monthly magazine that does open source intel. Right, so CPI, I honestly think at this point CPI was kind of a LaRoucheite front, because Caleb Maupin started openly talking about the LaRouche stuff last year, right? But there's evidence to suggest that he was working with the LaRoucheites as far back as 2015, 2013.
Oh, damn.
He met with Alexander Dugin, for example, in 2015. So he was pretty.
Is that the sketchy? Who's the sketchy guy who took a picture at a table with that everybody was like, "Oh, hey, this is like someone with Nazi connections." And he tried playing it off like, "I interview a lot of people. Sometimes I interview good people.
Dude,
sometimes I interview bad
more
people."
than just Dugan. Like every person at that table was like
Right.
a white nationalist Nazi, like fash. Like,
Yeah.
And Dugin,
What are these people pledging? Like what is like the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
Wow. So let me ask you this, because this is something that maybe so I always looked at Caleb Maupin as someone that wanted to like embrace like the policy and aesthetic of like Marxist Leninism, but also wanted to keep like a squeaky clean enough image that he could just potentially run in some kind of election and appeal to a broader voter base. So he's wearing the suit and he's like, listen, I don't hate America. Jesus was a socialist. I'm in line with Christian values. I'm in line with American values. You know, you guys have it wrong about this socialism stuff and this communism stuff. This is how I'm going to brand this that's palatable to an American or a patriotic audience. And I didn't think of anything other that there was a LaRoucheite background to this, or that I even know. Would you say that those two things are interrelated, or?
Yeah, because the LaRoucheites are, how do I describe it? They're extremely jingoistic, extremely nationalistic, and they are, for lack of a better word, willing to adapt to whatever they think, whatever aesthetics they think are going to get them the most influence. So
they think that is going to give them the most influence?
Well, they saw the patriotic part, yes, because they're moving at two different directions at the same time. You have the LaRoucheites also working kind of like the QAnon angle, and on some of their operations, right, they're kind of connected with some of those people, and they're pushing some of the QAnon lines, right, stuff about vaccines. As a matter of fact, the LaRoucheites were organizing counter-protests to stop the color revolution against Donald Trump. So the LaRoucheites were also encouraging people to go to January 6th, encouraging people to prepare for a second American Revolution to defend Donald Trump. So they've kind of tied, they're working two angles there. But what they kind of realize is that with Marxist-Leninists, that there is a large segment of leftists who are more radical, or even just like the aesthetics of the Soviet Union, that are not really being served by other sectors of the debate cult, right? And I will die on that hill. I think the debate sphere is basically a cult functionally, like a cult like but they realized it's, that's an opportunity, right? And that's what they did, is they adopted the language and aesthetics of Marxist-Leninism, especially Haas and Maupin, and then they used that to pull people in and start pilling them on fascist stuff and then the LaRouche stuff. So once again, lying and misdirections, all of that is classic LaRouche stuff, and I've always done that. So going back to the origin of who he is, we'll kind of explain this stuff as I go through, and I think it'll answer a lot of your questions. But Lyndon Larouche was, at one point, a Trotskyist. He was a member of the Socialist Workers' Party for, 3 months. And he said he quit it because it was full of degenerate America haters. And he kind of implied gay people as well. I think one of the most informative stories about who he is as a person is he told this in his 60s, that when he was a child, his dad sent him to a summer camp. And he sits him down and he says, Lyndon, this camp is full of communists and slurs, right? All the counselors are communists. They're lying about being Christians. And I need you to go in there, collect the information that proves that, and turn the kids against them. That's a story he tells. So he said his first experience with intelligence work was as a child on a mission to turn the kids at a Christian summer camp against the pinko counselors. So he gets involved in radical politics, I believe through Students for a Democratic Society during the Vietnam anti-war protest. He gets involved with the anti-war protest, anti-Vietnam protest, and starts creating the National Caucus of Labor Committees. I believe that's what it was called. I think it was the National Caucus for Labor Committees. And what he starts doing is peeling people away from the broader left-wing anti-war movement. Now, he was very specific about who he picked. They were mostly silver spoon, wealthier kids. For example, he got the head, or he got the child of someone in the DOD. He got the daughter of the head of the Ford Foundation. These were the kind of people that he targeted: well-connected, well-heeled, blue-blooded wasps who were getting into left-wing movements as a part of the anti-war, and picking them, who had the most power and influence through their family networks, and pulling them into his group. He stated that while the cause of the anti-Vietnam War was noble, the left was evil, and that he needed to defeat the left on their own terrain. So thus, he pretended to be a leftist. He starts this left-wing organization under the name of Lynn Marcus, and he starts getting very, shall we say, experimental in how he's indoctrinating these people.
What was it called?
The National Caucus of Labor Committees.
Okay.
I believe that was the name. It's National Labor Caucus Committee, somewhere, some order. I'm trying to remember the exact name of it. And he starts doing all this under the name Lynn Marcus, right? And you can look up, National Caucus of Labor Committees, right? And you can look up Lynn Marcus mind control. You can Google that, and you will find articles from the 1970s, from the Washington Post, from the New York Times, and a bunch of other places about this weird communist cult, right? At the time, they were still claiming to be leftist. So under the name Lynn Marcus, he starts applying this kind of very experimental brainwashing technique. And this becomes a cornerstone of Larouche mythos later on. They claim that there's a group of psychologists, like at the New York Tavistock Institute and others, which are working for the CIA to brainwash people, right? Plausible so far. We know MK Ultra existed. But he puts a spin on it. He says, no, you've been so brainwashed that you don't even remember being brainwashed. You don't even know being brainwashed. And as a matter of fact, it's so deep that every single thought you have, such as this thought right now, am I really brainwashed, is a result of the brainwashing, right? That's how deep it is. And listen, I'm the only person who can break that conditioning, as they refer to it as decontrolling, right? I'm the only one who can decontrol you. So, anytime you have a thought, I want you to run it by me, and I will tell you if that's a real thought of the real you that's breaking through the conditioning, or it's the conditioned response the CIA put in your head.
So this is the real cult aspect to it here, where he's essentially positioning himself as the one and only savior and the one and only arbiter of the truth, that there needs to be like a fully committed faith to him and his word, essentially, because you cannot rely on your own senses or the senses of anyone else. It's only me.
Okay. Right. This ended up turning into Operation Mop Up, which is what you have right up there. But basically, imagine, right, you're in an apartment, in a flat with like 30 other people, right? And you've all been sold on this idea. And as it progresses, you increasingly start doubting your own sanity. It's not going to end well. And the reason this even came out is a member of the National Caucus on Labor Committees fled the flat and was running down the streets of Manhattan, I believe, buck naked, screaming, "Decontrol me, decontrol me, decontrol me." And obviously the NYPD gets involved, interrogate this person. They're completely incoherent. And long story short, it ends up leading back to this communist cult run by Lynn Marcus, the pen name at the time for Lyndon Larouche. So Operation Mop Up is kind of an attempt they do throughout the 70s and early 80s to start crushing other left-wing organizations, because he wants to he wants to destroy the left, so he wants to position himself as the only left-wing organization. So they start doing very bizarre things, like they'll show up at Trotskyist or Stalinist or anarchist meetings, a bunch of these brainwashed goons with nunchucks. I don't know why, but nunchucks was their weapon of choice. They'll show up and start fucking beating people over the head with nunchucks like they're a fucking mall goth. And apparently, if there's sufficient force, nunchucks fucking hurts. That thing can split your skull in half. I've seen what it does to a watermelon. So they're just running around beating people with nunchucks. It's bad enough that the anarchist, Trotskyists, and Stalinists in New York City kind of form a defensive alliance against the LaRouchites. So he has bigger and better aspirations from then on. He starts gaining momentum, starts getting bigger, and he starts a scheme of wire fraud in the late 70s, early 80s to essentially get the followers to do a couple things. When they solicit for donations and it's on a credit card, max that credit card out, right? Take out bad business loans, either in their name or in the name of someone else, right? Just take out a bad business loan, right? And so if you're imagining just hundreds and hundreds of people committing thousands of individual instances of wire and check fraud or bank fraud, and then they're siphoning all that money to Lyndon LaRouche's organization, the LaRouche organization. So he ends up getting popped for this in 1985. There's around $30 million missing. The FBI and the SEC and the IRS are able to recover around $500,000. He went to jail for a bit. As a matter of fact, his cellmate in prison was Jim Baker, the guy, the televangelist who sells the survival buckets nowadays. Jim Baker. That was Lyndon LaRouche's cellmate.
So this was a federal prison, I assume, right?
Yeah. So they never recovered the full amount of his money. So,
now, will LaRoucheites paint this as a conspiracy?
Oh, yeah, obviously, right?
All of it's a conspiracy against Lyndon LaRouche.
Right. LaRouche said that he was the most persecuted man in history. And part of the reason he was telling his followers to attack, say, the CPUSA is he claimed that the CPUSA, FBI, CIA, and KGB were all working. CPUSA, FBI, CIA, all hand in hand, working together to assassinate Lyndon LaRouche.
But he also did work with the CIA himself and the FBI and like the Ku Klux Klan, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. That's getting into kind of EIR, which is something that's operating around this time, the Executive Intelligence Review.
Okay.
He basically builds his own intelligence network through his cultists, and a lot of it is, him lying, right? He's lying in such a way that makes him seem more credible, and he leverages the information he does have to get more information. So a lot of what's in the EIR, some of it's real intel that his sources have collected, some of it is made up, but the point of it is to make them look informed and to push their conspiracies as factually based.
A mixture of gray and black propaganda.
Right. During the 80s and 90s, the FBI and CIA kind of considered him almost like a peer and someone they were cautious of. Him and the FBI were kind of like had this antagonistic relationship until they learned that all of his shit's made up, right? That he's fucking faking most of this stuff. Okay. But he's well connected with the World Anti-Communist League and the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations. So I talk about WCACL a lot, World Anti-Communist League. It was a merger of the Asian People's Freedom League or Anti-Communist League. I think it was the Asian People's Anti-Communist League, headed by Chiang Kai-shek and Reverend Chung Myung-moon, the founder of the Moonies, funded by Kodama and Sasakawa, Japanese billionaires who had made their money during the operation, during Japanese imperialism in World War II. And then on the other hand, you have in Europe the Anti-Bolshevik Bloc of Nations, ABN, right? ABN is led by Yaroslav and Slava Stetsko. Those were the second in command of the OUNB under Stepan Bandera, who directly participated in the Holocaust. You have members of the Croatian Stasi. Those were the guys who were so brutal that Himmler wrote them a note telling them to chill out. They were the people that Himmler complained whenever he would read their reports, he would have to fix himself a drink because they were so brutal. They refused to use bullets on the victims of the Holocaust. They instead beat them to death. They were the people that the Tito's partisans went
to war with. Yeah, they were at war. Yeah.
Right. And then you have the Romanian Iron Guard. You have fascist groups, holdouts in like Greece, Turkey, Italy, kind of all across. But the main people in the ABN were the members of the so-called captured nations, right? Which was a line that Dean Rusk and some other people came up with in 1959 to claim
Dean Rusk of the CIA. I know he had a lot to do with Korea and the Korean War, or like post-war Korea. I'm familiar with the name.
Yeah. Dean Rusk was the guy who divided Korea on the 38th parallel. He was one of the people in the XCOM meetings during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Right.
He was a pretty influential guy during the Cold War, and he was definitely more pragmatic than some of the other people except for George Kennan, where like he referred to like the World Anti-Communist League stuff as like preposterous. He was like, this is the wildest Cold Warrior shit I have ever seen. Like he laughed. He was like, I can't believe they passed this. This is so stupid. But you have these two groups meet up and they form the World Anti-Communist League. World Anti-Communist League is kind of feeds in with victims of communism today. They have some of the same people. But they were mostly doing coordinating anti-communist activities, including stuff like the Contras. They were working with the Marcos in the Philippines. You know, pretty much any mass murderer or Holocaust perpetrator in the 20th century that was anti-communist was a part of the WACL. So LaRouche was working pretty closely with Yaroslav and Slava Stetsko, the Ukrainian members of the ABN, as well as attending multiple ABN meetings. He met the head of the World Anti-Communist League, General John Singlaub, who was a CIA guy who was quite involved in Iran-Contra. Even Singlaub remarked that LaRouche was a fucking lunatic, and apparently only met with him twice, because after the second meeting, he was like, I don't want anything to do with this man. He's a fucking lunatic. But he worked very closely with the Stetskos, with the OUNB and offshoots in the United States. They worked together to shut down the OSI, which was a DOJ office that persecuted or prosecuted Nazi war criminals who had been moved to the United States during paperclip. Long story short, a senator found out that the DOJ had lists of every single Nazi who had come to the United States and what their crimes were, and they had sat on it for half a century. So in the late 80s and 90s, they wanted to start prosecuting them. LaRouche and the Stetskos tried to shut that down. So LaRouche is working with Nazis. At this point, too, he becomes friends, probably through Yaroslav Stetsko, with Ronald Reagan. As a matter of fact, Lyndon LaRouche claimed credit for inventing the Star Wars system, that space missile defense system. Right. LaRouche took credit for that. So at this point, he gets out of prison in like the 90s. He had been meeting with Reagan and all these people through the late 80s and then early 90s. Before and after prison. And remember, he's stolen around $35 million. The Fed's been able to the federal police have been able to bring back $500,000 of it, right? So where's the rest of that money, right? We're looking at $29.5 million in 1985 money. That's just, poof, we don't know where it is. And when people are like, wow, these guys sure seem to have money, that's why. So throughout the years, they have tried to run as Democrats. They've tried to run as Republicans. They mostly try to run as Democrats because they'll do anti-war stuff, which is more popular with Democratic voters. And that's usually been their main recruiting tool, is anti-war stuff, right? They started out as being anti-Vietnam. They were anti-Gulf War. And they were anti-Iraq. And 2003, they were one of the big groups who were anti-war around the Iraq War, which led to a pretty big influx of recruits for them. I think it was around 2015, they rebrand, I believe, from the LaRouche organization to the Schiller Institute. 2019, LaRouche dies, and the whole thing is taken over by his wife, Helga Zepp LaRouche. From what I've heard, she was a member of neo-Nazi organizations as a child in Germany, and I have also heard she has a scat fetish, but that is purely alleged. So, throughout the 2000s, right, they were making a lot of hay out of being anti-Iraq war, right? That's how they recruited, through the Schiller Institute, right? The LaRouche organization still existed, so did the Schiller Institute simultaneously at this point. The murder I was talking about, or the suspected murder, was there was a Jewish UK citizen who joined the Schiller Institute in like 2003 to be against the Iraq War. He went to an intensive retreat led by the LaRouche movement in Weisburg, Germany. And he's in this big 65-person room doing these intensive lessons, right? Cult brainwashing shit. That's how they start.
So they were like a well-meaning person that got wrapped up in the anti-war promotion that was like, oh, this sounds like a good cause. I want to protest the war. And then...
Exactly, right. And that's how they pull people. That's one of the ways they pull people in is the anti-war stuff. They've done that historically, right? And it gets in there, and according to his notes, right, we don't really know what happened. It's really murky. We have some of his notes from the meetings, and we have a testimony of what he said in phone calls to his mother and girlfriend back in the UK. That's all we really have. According to his notes, on the second day, they start talking about Jewish people being evil. And he stands up and says, wait a second, I'm Jewish. Like, I don't know anything about us controlling the world or whatever. Like, that's ridiculous. And everyone just turns on him. Everyone who had been friendly starts, like, haranguing him. And then at some point, he admits to have gone to therapy at the Tavistock Institute. And this is where we go back to Lynn Marcus stuff. And they start telling them that he's been brainwashed by the CIA. Right? That he's a fucking CIA mole. And that he's been brainwashed, and they sent him here, and that they need to decontrol him. So during this period, he's calling his mom and his girlfriend, and he's becoming increasingly frightened and increasingly incoherent. His final phone call, like an hour before he dies, he calls his mom. He's like, I need to get out of here. I don't know what's going on anymore. I'm scared. He's staying in an apartment building with 3 other members of the Schiller Institute, right there, putting up the new recruits in diehard cultists' houses, which is a pretty standard cult tactic where when you bring in new recruits, you isolate new recruits from each other and then put them with seasoned cultists. That way, they're going to mirror the social cues of the people, and any concerns they have, right, they can't commiserate with other people who are new who think this is weird as well. So he's like, I don't know what's going on. I'm scared. I want to leave. Mom, you need to come get me. Like, she asks where he is. He says, the call hangs up. He calls back, says the same thing. She asks where he is, and he starts spelling. He says, Weisberg, Germany. How do you spell that? He starts spelling it. The call goes dead, right? Like 2 hours later, his body is found in a freeway. He's been run over by multiple cars. And the Larouche people say, well, he just kind of freaked out. We don't know why. He just freaked out and he ran away. And we chased after him to try to bring him back to the apartment. And he was running and screaming. And then he jumped into traffic and he died. The German police immediately ruled it a suicide. His mom's suspicious of it, and the Metropolitan Police, that's the London police, when they find out he was involved with the LaRouche movement, they know that's a cult, and they say, no, this is suspicious. And they start applying pressure, right? It gets investigated as a homicide, but it doesn't really go anywhere. But yeah, they have a fair amount of influence in Germany, enough that a suspicious circumstance like that is immediately ruled a suicide. So their star has really been fading since the Iraq War. They've run numerous candidates. The big thing they did in the Obama years was to put pictures of Barack Obama with a Hitler mustache. Stop World War III.
I remember that.
Right? Stop World War III. Obama with a Hitler mustache. They got recruits here and there, but they've really petered out, especially since LaRouche has died. Their heyday was the 80s and 90s, right? They had the backing of all the Ukrainian Nazis. They had the backing of the world anti-communist networks. They had Reagan's favor, right? They had a lot of money. They had a lot more influence then, right? LaRouche would say stuff like he's the most hated man in the world. He had an interview in the EIR with Slava Stetsko, the wife of Yaroslav, where she was like, you're the most hated man in the world. And he's like, that's right. And she's like, the Soviets try to destroy anyone who challenges their evil ways, just like they did to our hero Stepan Bandera. They're trying to do that to you now, Mr. LaRouche. And he's like, that's true. I am the most dangerous man in the world.
That is true.
The Soviets had like an entire team of spies dedicated to him. As far as I can tell, the Soviets were barely aware of his existence. Like, why the fuck would they care what some weird fascist cult leader does in the United States? If they were aware of him, it was purely because he was working with the World Anti-Communist League. So, yeah, imagine you're curious about communism and get taken in by this mob. And that's exactly how it's designed, right?
Right.
Look, their star had really been fading in recent years, right? LaRouche is dead. EIR has been exposed to largely be a fraud. They don't really have the same sort of intelligence network they claim. Yeah, and at some point they hook up with Maupin. I don't know exactly how they hook up with Hawes, but they kind of realize that they have this opportunity to get in on two sides, one on the QAnon shit and one on the online Marxists, right? Vulgar Marxists, people who really don't understand a lot of stuff, get in on them and then bring them into the cult. And just like any cults, it's designed, if you can think about it, like, how to describe it, like, like snake teeth, right? Where they're hooked inward.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So, like, cult recruitment material is designed like that, except instead of snake teeth, it's cognito hazards, right?
Like
So
it's like when you go fishing and when you pull the hook in, like, when it bites the hook so that it's too badly disfigured by the hook to remove it itself.
Right, exactly. And they designed that with cognito hazards. So, like, if you start reading LaRouche stuff, it's going to fuck you up, right? Because but it's designed by its nature to make you fucking insane. It's designed to fuck your brain up. And that's by design. So the LaRoucheites, part of their belief is this idea of true souls, right? Remember, like I said, they love lying. So if
lying,
right?
Lying.
Sorry, you said true souls?
True souls, right? True souls. So basically, think about Space LaRouche. Pull up that Twitter account, Space LaRouche.
Fuck.
I
Pull up that again, Space LaRouche.
Space LaRouche, because this Pat Sock, he is the archetypal fucking LaRoucheite slave. This man is going to have a fucking neural chip implanted in the base of his skull, and he's going to be made to do manual labor until he dies if the LaRoucheites win. Yeah, look at this fucking guy.
Jesus Christ.
Right, look at this fucking nerd.
Now, is that profile picture, is that a self-report, or is that he's part of Infrared, or is that just coincidental?
He's an Infrared fan.
So there's not a like even like a veil of disassociation between the Infrared and the LaRoucheites. They are outspokenly associated.
Same with Hinkle, right? Hawes and Hinkle and Samira Khan all spoke at the LaRouche Schiller Institute conference, along with LaRouche political candidates. So we had Diane Sarr, who ran as an independent in New York against Chuck Schumer, lost badly, and then claimed that the election was stolen from her and that like 46 million votes in New York were stolen from her. Right, Diane Sarr and Space LaRouche. If you can find a picture of him, he has a lot of his pictures in them, and if you see what he looks like, you'll understand why I say this. So the LaRoucheites, basically, the idea of a true soul is that oh, look, Curtis Yarvin. So what is he saying about Yarvin? Is that a pro-Yarvin post?
My face when I'm an elite.
Yeah, okay. Curtis Yarvin is the creator of neo-reactionary thought. He's the guy who's like, he's one of the foundational neo-fascist thinkers in American history. He's up there with Nick Land. So if you believe the lies of the LaRoucheites, right? If I am a LaRoucheite, like I'm Diane Sarr or I'm Helga Zepp LaRouche, and I sell you this bunch of bullshit about the World Land Bridge and growth and all this other stuff, right? And you're someone like an Infrared fan who believes this shit, who bites it hook, line, and sinker. What you have demonstrated to me is not that you were a comrade or someone that can work with or whatever. You've demonstrated your intellectual disability, like your inability to critically think. And in doing so, and in believing my lies, you have signaled to the LaRouche group that you are prey, that you are a victim to be made into cannon fodder or someone to build their world land bridge so they can invade China. Basically, they believe that only a small amount of people are actually alive, right?
What?
Most of us are NPCs.
Oh, that shit? I'm so fucking... You know, that's like kind of counter to like their whole fucking thing, right? Like, how do you hold both these views that like, oh, we're going to be like the most popular political movement because we appeal to the like, you know, wider mass of people in America, but like, you obviously don't think very highly of that wide, you know, swath of people if you think that the majority of them are NPCs, right?
No. They want to bring in as many people as possible so they can use them as slaves. Like, literally. So they believe in true souls. Okay, I'm going to send you a picture of Space LaRouche. I'm going to post it in chat here, because this is what I wanted to show you. This is what the guy looks like. And you take one look at this guy's face, and you're like, yup, he's going to be made into a slave.
Pat, who do you think that's supposed to be?
Yeah, right.
Haas?
Yeah.
Does that look like Haas?
No.
No, it doesn't. They
Look-
fucking put him in an AI. They put him in Mid-Journey. Put a picture of Haas into Mid-Journey, and then said, "Super masculine, alpha Chad, masculine,
Do you know he
masculine."
turned down a fight? Do you know he turned down a fight with Dylan Burns? I don't know if you know who Dylan Burns is.
I do. Dylan Burns is another Nazi.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like the way that Dylan, like I'm just saying, for someone that like hinges so deeply on this like masculine alpha male thing, to get called out to a boxing match into his face by a homosexual streamer, and to just absolutely crumble and turn it down is like one of the more hilarious things that I've seen.
He's everything he claims to oppose, right? He's a
Yeah.
liberal. He's not straight, and like right? But very much, and you have these two sides. Just a side note: the two sides of the debate cult. Both of them are different, unique roads to fascism. On one side, you have communist aesthetics with social reaction, anti-trans, genocidal rhetoric there, which funnels people with ML aesthetics to Nazism or fascism, esoteric fascism. And on the other side, you have, we're gay friendly, we're pro-queer, but we fucking love NATO. We fucking love imperialism, right? And then you just have two different routes that go whoop right back to fascism.
So wait, the NAFO people, they're like pro-queer, pro-trans?
Well, some of them are.
You said the NATO. You said the NATO people.
Not the ones who live in Ukraine and Poland. They sure aren't.
Yeah, no, but this is like leftist politics in the United States. It's Vosh who is like, I love gay people and I fucking love NATO. Like he says, like NATO is like the best organization of all time.
He actually says that he said once that NATO, if you're a socialist, that you should support NATO because NATO is socialist. You know who else said that you should support NATO if you're a socialist? Slavoj Žižek.
Oh yeah, well, I recently saw that Vosh was like playing a bunch of Slavoj Žižek on his stream, being like, "Look, see everybody, look at this communist guy who is
you know what? That's perfect. In my opinion, it's perfect because Slavoj, there's no solid line of like thought to follow. All right, I'm so fucking over it. I'm so fucking over like leftist wasting so much goddamn time on Slavoj Žižek and his goddamn politics. So I hope that Vaush follows Slavoj down the rabbit hole into postmodern, like, contradictory thought and, fucking die in pain. I don't care.
So he's already there because the thing about Slavoj Žižek's thought is it's designed. It is fascist. He is a fascist, right? He worked with the CIA to dissolve Yugoslavia. Right, he's a fascist. Slavoj Žižek has said stuff that if it was said by a neo-Nazi or a right-wing politician, everyone would be like, "Damn, that guy's a Nazi." Like he said that Europe is the garden and that the garden must keep the monsters of the jungle out, referring to immigrants from Syria and Libya. He has criticized Henry Kissinger for being too much of a peace lover and not supporting NATO enough. He has said that on some abstract level of suffering, the Soviet Union was worse than the Nazis. He said all those things. He said that Hitler was less violent than Gandhi. He said all sorts of just really fucked up shit. But he is designed, in addition to eventually leading people to a fascist position, the way he does it is by saying, okay, communism, actually existing socialism, worst catastrophe of human history, right? Worse. And then implicitly there is worse than the Nazis. That's what he's really saying. But worst catastrophe in human history, right? So actually existing socialism, that's a failure. We can never praise the Soviet Union. It's all bad.
What about Yugoslavia? Does he think that Yugoslavia was?
No, he ran for president in the first breakaway republic.
Yeah, as a Lib Dem.
Yeah, no, he founded the Liberal Democratic Party, and he said his goal was to dissolve Yugoslavia as a whole, not just his breakaway republic. But,
gotcha.
So it says, okay, actually existing socialism never worked. And on the other hand, any attempt at communism is doomed to fail. That's why he always reiterates the Beckett quote.
Right.
Try, fail again better, right? It's impossible, and it's an impossible idea. So what it does is it keeps you running around, especially with the way he does it. It keeps you circling around and around. You think that you're making intellectual progress and you're coming closer to a truth, but he's just spinning you around in circles forever. And eventually you get dizzy, and you step out and you go, oh, well, communism didn't work, and it's never going to work. I guess I'm going to take the black pill now, and that always leads directly to fascism.
Pat, how long was I like messaging you like what about a year ago about like reading Slavoj and shit, you know, and watching like all those fucking videos of him talking and all that other shit for like months, right? Trying to like parse out what the fuck he was trying to say. And like at the end of the day, most of it, right, is just surface level observation, right? Or an anecdotal conversation he had with somebody once, right? That he writes about for like 200 fucking pages.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bunch of bullshit.
Like literally, the formula for a Zizek analysis for like a paper or a paragraph is to go. So, have you seen the movie Up? Wonderful Disney movie Up. It tells the story
like
of
Kung Fu Panda. Like he's like,
Yes.
have you seen Kung Fu Panda? This is like the most amazing.
Right, he tells the story of the saddled man who has lost his wife, and in the depths of his despair, he comes upon this young boy, and the young boy instills in him, of course, the sense of hope. And in this sense, it reminds me of an old Soviet joke about Stalin. How Stalin had the biggest dick in the Soviet Union, and that he would throw his dick on the table. And in this sense, we can see that Up is a representation of the Lacanian idea of jouissance. And so, we must look at the delusion notion of a body without organs, and this comes us to believe, of course, that the Soviet Union was worse than Hitler, and so on and so on.
I wonder. All right, wait. It's like so. Before I begin this conversation about racism, I will discuss with you. Have you ever seen the movie Cars with the main character, Lightning McQueen? He is a red car, and the red car symbolizes the move, the fast moving direction towards authoritarian communism. And so and so on and so forth.
Okay, so my content was better, but your impression is so spot on right now. It was so spot on. I actually had an instinct to check my wallet to see if you. Yeah, and it's very much like people like Vosh. Like he has openly stated that he wants to be Zizek. He has said that. People have been like, you just want to be Zizek, and he says, of course I do. Who doesn't want to be Zizek? Because Zizek has proved that there is a highly successful, highly commercially profitable niche for communists who come out and say, guys, communism sucks. I'm the smart one here. I'm the only real communist. It's terrible. Listen, guys, as much as I hate to tell you this, vote for the Democrats.
In the Jordan Peterson debate, doesn't Zizek pretty much just like Jordan Peterson says, you're a very strange Marxist. And he's like, I'm not a Marxist, I'm a Hegelian. And it's like,
that sounds like something you'd say.
Yeah, he kind of says like exactly that, and it's like, what the fuck are we even talking about at this point?
I mean, like, because you've got one guy.
I'm more of a Hegelian than I am a Marxist.
Yes, because he tried. All right, so his whole thing is right. He's going to define and describe Marxism through Hegel, right? With the combined theories of Lacan. So as soon as like you should just stop at Hegel, but no, let's make this more obtuse. Like let's make this even more like, fucking indecipherable to any person off the fucking street. Let's add a bunch of fucking line drawings with dots that symbolize this, like, totally just normal words to you, normally, but no, here they mean something completely different. This actually stands in for the dick and balls and the breasts simultaneously.
Yeah, he does a lot of weird sex stuff. He has a lot of weird like sex theories, right?
Oh yeah.
Hold on. Oh well, I guess my camera's permanently fucked up now because I opened my own OBS. But now I'm just a ghost because the colors are split between two inputs. But like, he uses. Oh. Okay, hold on. I deactivated the camera, but it still hasn't fixed it.
This is like a good aesthetic, man. You just need those like remember those old 3D glasses you used to get like in the 90s where one's red and one's blue, and it'd be like you coming right at you.
Yeah, so like he how do I describe it, right? So he uses this like pseudo intellectual framework that is
Right.
provided by, because he is a smart guy, right? He knows what he's doing. He has multiple degrees. He's read a lot. He's just not a communist, right? He is an anti-communist. If anything, he's a fascist. And one of the things that's interesting is that he always cites two people that he cites a lot that I didn't think much of. But now that I am more mature and have read more of my opponent's literature, I always see fascist reference is Deleuze and Heidegger, right?
Yeah.
And Hawes loves Heidegger, right? Hawes actually said that the only, and for example, Nick Land, the father of accelerationism, and he is one of the fathers of modern Kali Yuga accelerationist fascism. Nick Land says, I'm just continuing Deleuze and Guattari's work, right? I'm just taking, the framework laid out in Anti-Oedipus and all their other work. I'm just taking it to its logical conclusion here. And Heidegger, who was a member of the Nazi Party, and independent, and Haas has said, if you want to be able to understand Marx, there's a lot of weaknesses in Marx. Don't read Lenin or Stalin. Sure, you can read them, whatever. But who you really need to read to understand Marx, you need to read Lyndon Larouche, Alexander Dugin, Heidegger, and Nick Land. And it's like, that's fucking weird. So you recommended we read For Nazis?
This is the only analysis of Heidegger that I would ever waste my time on. The sad part is that like it's like $1,800 new and it's like $900 used.
Bro, what are you buying? A juicer?
It's a Juicero price.
Shh, stop looking at that.
We need money for a Juicero. But like,
I don't want a juicer. I just want a coffee grinder. I want to know what fresh, good coffee tastes like that isn't from Starbucks. All right, don't judge me.
dude, literally, okay, I'll DM me later, but literally all you need to do is buy a cheap coffee grinder and then fucking get a fucking pour over funnel.
I have a pour over. I know what I'm doing. All right.
You're acting like you don't know the first fucking thing about coffee. If you're like, oh, I don't have a grinder, I don't know how to grind beans. I'm like,
I'm not saying I don't know. We're moving on.
you know what? But yeah, like to wrap up like the whole LaRouche segment though, is like, this guy, he is very clearly, if you look at any of his connections throughout history, he was a fascist, right? He has stated openly his goal was to destroy the left on its own terrain. He worked with Nazis. He worked with fascists from numerous countries, including people who literally did the Holocaust, right? He worked with people who were involved in Iran-Contra and all this other stuff, right? And he's purely an opportunist, though. He knows, or the LaRouche cult operates in such a way that they know what's going to draw new people in at any given time, right? Because ultimately, back to that whole true soul thing, they think most people aren't alive. Right? Most of us are kind of automatons, right? Like if you have a spider drifting down towards a router attracted by the red light and it smells the ozone and it goes back up, it just gets stuck in a loop back and forth until it dies. As far as they're concerned, that's what most of us are.
Wait, hang on, stop. That's a thing? What?
But if somebody told me that story a long time ago and I use it now, so.
What the fuck?
I'm just gonna say it's real. Any fucking etymologists, if you want to correct me. Entomologists. Sorry. Well, I guess they're not bugs. Arachnologists. I don't know. If you want to correct me, go for it. At me. But
there's any bug people in chat that want to correct horse, feel free. But I'm gonna believe it.
So they believe that most people are essentially functionally automatons. And the way you want to bring everyone into the LaRouche cult, but because only the true souls, the real people who truly exist and have spiritual power and have understanding, people like Mozart, Beethoven, Schiller, Lyndon LaRouche, those are the only people who are really truly alive. And they are the people who should be, in the sense of almost very similar to Evola, the fascist philosopher's golden men, they should be the philosopher kings who rule the world. Because they are the only ones who are truly alive. Now, sometimes a true soul can find a true soul who is latent and uplift them to the status of truly alive, but that's rare. They also kind of believe some weird stuff that they can collectively edit reality, that they can, like, through their thinking power and lies, edit reality, which is a whole other thing. But basically, if you believe their lies, if you believe that they are about unleashing the powers of production, if you think that they're communists, if you think that they want to build the world land bridge to restore prosperity and defeat green fascism or whatever, you are proving that you're not a true soul, that you lack the capability to see through lies. And if you are taken in by that, or you're tricked and you pulled in and you get bit by those cognito hazards and you can't get out, you have proven yourself as unworthy of being anything other than their slave. And
this sounds like a ripoff of Scientology for the most part, and then like
fascist Scientology without aliens.
It's Scientology, but with like what would you call it, like leftist aesthetics?
That's the thing, is there's no leftist aesthetics. Those are new, right?
Right.
Painting it with a leftist brush or a communist brush, that is a newer invention. They did that a little bit in the 70s during the anti-war movement, but
right.
They were like hanging out with members of the like 15 or like the Waffen SS Escalation division and shit, right? Like, no, they were openly anti-communist and all of that. For example, they only stopped supporting and working with the OUNB and other Nazis from Ukraine, including Right Sector, in 2014. Hey, what happened in 2014 that would have made the Laroucheites stop supporting Ukrainian Nazis?
Vice interviewed the Azov battalion, and they were like, "Oh, you guys have such like cool tattoos, and oh, you also like Nazi black metal. That's awesome." Is it that?
Happened? Did that happen?
Yeah, go back and watch that fucking Vice documentary. They're like, "Oh, you guys have like such like zany Nazi tattoos. Oh, you also like mayhem. Oh my god, that's so cool."
Oh my god. Yeah. No.
Having a technical difficulty.
Disconnected there. Hold on. This is so crazy.
Yeah, you've like and it's also wild that like as far as I can tell. Oh, your audio is not on. Nope.
It's not good.
It's crazy because he seems like so connected to all these Cold Warriors, you know, throughout the Cold War.
Well, that was going to be one of my questions, is that how does this maintain any facade of legitimacy in leftist circles or Marxist circles, despite the reality of the connections?
Oh, I found it.
Where'd you find the Vice thing?
No, I found the picture that Horse was talking about. All right, let's see. There we go.
The thing is people just don't think that.
I can't hear him.
I can barely hear you though.
Okay, so people just don't think that critically most of the time, right? Like the whole thing with Jeff Young encapsulates, right? Jeff Young got really popular amongst a bunch of anti-imperialists online. There's Space LaRouche, right? The guy on the right.
Is the guy on the left the guy from? Is the guy on the left the guy from the Majority Report?
I sure hope not.
No, it can't be.
You know what I'm talking about? There's Matt.
Yeah. The guy behind the computer.
Yeah, that might be.
No way in hell.
Oh no, that is a guy from the Majority Report.
Get the fuck out of here! Are you serious?
He's from Texas. I know the dude's from Texas, and I saw the shirt. It looks like a Texas shirt. I think that's. Everybody in chat saying it's him, so maybe my detectors were correct.
Oh, fuck.
Fucking like a guy connected to the Majority Report is replying to a LaRoucheite. The Forest always.
They debated Jackson Hinkle on the Majority Report.
Cool. Yeah, this is a guy who works for the Majority Report. That's not good.
We've cracked deeper. We've cracked deeper into the conspiracy.
I swear to fucking God, Sam Cedar, if you turn out to be some kind of fucking weirdo.
Jimmy Dore is a LaRoucheite now.
Well, I mean, Jimmy Dore has been like kind of shitty for like a while, and like even the one thing that I think you could ever dig up that I like publicly ever said, oh, I don't know. The whole force to vote thing does sound kind of like, you know, it might work or hold some water.
But
well,
Johnny,
clearly didn't.
I don't think that that's a problem with you. I think that it's that there is if everything that we're hearing here is correct, that there is a legitimate a way of like influencing through like appealing leftist rhetoric that somebody might be
Right.
like, oh wow, yeah, you know what I mean. I because I don't think it's incorrect for anyone that's that is a communist or a Marxist to say I don't trust the Democratic Party. I think that they do also influence wars in the Middle East. I think that electoral politics is not necessarily useful. I think that even like new Green New Deal Democrats are a kinder form of capitalism, so on and so forth. So then when they hear these people saying like we're the real, look, we're going to criticize them, you can get wrapped up in that type of rhetoric easily.
Well, I mean, like that like the one thing that really got me right. That was like, oh, let me see what else this guy is saying was like, politicians should be bullied. Now I was like,
all right,
yeah, they should.
Okay, that's I can get behind that.
Right, that's something I can get behind, but I didn't know anything else about his fucking politics at that time. And we're talking like what, a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And yes, Jimmy Dore is fucking cursed. All right,
So
they're all cursed people.
Real cursed, but the Laroucheites are really good at so they have their own sophisticated techniques to like psyop people one-on-one. It's kind of like changing the way people think. It's a weird sort of thing that they do, and I've watched this process happen to numerous people. For example, Issa and Sanctions, right? She started hanging around the Laroucheites because she thought Haas was funny, and within like 2 months, she's a fucking just full-blown Laroucheite.
I mean, like, look. It was kind of funny when he started going off on that dude, being like, "Yeah, I am a Mongoloid," and then like the music,
was hilarious.
The throat singing with the
we
are in the background.
Yeah, we have to get back to the production though. Really, what made that video great was the production that went into it. Whoever created that short is the one that should really get the
right. Well, that's one of the methods, right? So they will target people. So what they kind of do is exploit social networks, and this is a pretty common technique amongst bad actors. You see this in the debate sphere as well, where or just intelligence work. They will take someone, right, who is well connected and influential, right, and they will find out where they're weak, and they will, or what they're interested in, and they will leverage that to try and flip them. And then they will use that person as a vector to infect everyone in their social circle. Right? So I think in the case of Infrared, I'm pretty sure Infrared was just a bunch of fascists hiding their power level to start with. And I think the Laroucheites approached them in 2001 because Hawes never mentioned fascist stuff. Right? If you dig in, he was saying some fascist stuff from the very beginning. He was just hiding his power level, but he never talked about LaRouche concepts until his debate with Jason Unruh, where he said the LaRouche idea that the United States was infiltrated by British intelligence and turned into an empire.
Wait, that's the one where they started talking about indigenous stuff, right? And land back and everything?
And this is where this whole thing comes in, where they say that like America and like American patriotism is exonerated because everything that is bad about the United States and the State Department is purely a conspiracy from Britain. Britain is the bad thing. That means that we can rehabilitate the reputation of the United States because it's England.
Exactly.
No.
The United States.
I'm just saying, this is what they say.
I know.
That's how it works, right? And that's for someone who's like never really challenged their preconceptions, it is deeply rooted in American propaganda and patriotism. And they are confronting the fact that the United States is one of the most brutal empires in human history. That's a settler colony that was founded on unlimited genocide, both to the indigenous people here and to the rest of the world, right? You're confronting those facts, and that's awful, awful galling. And then someone tells you, actually, you don't have to think about anything at all. The U.S. never did anything bad. It's the British. And
that's pure liberalism. That is pure liberalism in that, like, it is absolutely disconnected from any sort of material analysis, which is funny because like they constantly like cherry pick these quotes about like dialectics and Marx and Stalin and all these other people. And that's why I still think that, like, I don't even know if he was ever even a fascist or anything. I think he was, as I understand it, Haas was like a law student that like dropped out. right?
Mike
Had
dropped out. I've heard some interesting rumors that I can't speak to the validity of. But yes, he
yeah,
was a law student.
right. So as I understand it, allegedly Haas was a law student that dropped out allegedly, and
Allegedly.
that I have no idea how where his real beginnings are. I was in a Discord, and I'm in like a million Discords. I don't know if you know this about me, and they're all like tanky bunker bullshit, right?
Wow.
I don't know if that rings a bell for you or anyone
You
in
say
chat.
something so brave yet so controversial.
Like no like so I always like seeing like what's going on, what's going on in the world, and there's just always another Discord to join in, right? And you just got to answer some questions. So I remember that a channel just like went live on like YouTube or Twitch or something. I don't even think I was using Twitch at the time. And it's this guy, right? Wearing a guinea tee, and he's like screaming and yelling for like an hour and a half, and it's like 9 o'clock in the morning, right? I had like just lost my job during COVID, and I'm like, is this dude just like ganked out, fucking like?
Maybe.
My first thing was when I just on some random Facebook group that I'm in, somebody shared a video that was like communist destroys Vosh or something like that. And when I went in,
It started.
yeah, and then so I was like, oh, and because I'm not gonna lie, I was somebody that was very interested in someone that had more of like a Marxist Leninist point of view, actually take it to Vosh. So I was like, all right, let me click on this. I was a little disappointed because it was just pretty much a person screaming for about 13 minutes. It didn't really get off the ground at all. And he's like, I am 100% a Stalinist. I am 100% a Maoist. And I'm like, kind of like Johnny was, I'm like, what the fuck is going on right now? But the only problem was there was not much of a substantial representation of anything actually Marxist Leninist within the discussion. It was just pretty much like trying to emasculate and threaten someone by screaming at them and saying that I am a Stalinist.
Right. And that's to get to actually a point I wanted to bring up. And we were kind of talking about why do people in the Western left fall prey to these cults so often, right? Because I once again, I'd say like the debate sphere, it functions like a big QAnon kind of thing, right? The Laroucheites, there's all sorts of, the online left in the West is a minefield of 1,000 different cognitohazard cults, right? And I think part of the reason is that most leftists in the West do not have a good principled understanding of theory.
No.
Certainly don't have good comrades that, because, think about like the way hypotheticals are weaponized, right? Like the Vosh people will weaponize hypotheticals and be like, well, what if in this extremely elaborate scenario I come up with, child abuse is justified? I saw the other day.
You want to know one thing? I might be going too deep on this, but Vosh at one point was like, oh, I think NATO, whatever NATO is specifically, if you're anti-NATO, that's like being like, oh, you're just against defense treaties.
Yes,
like
right.
The more broadly. And then he related it to aid. He said, this is like being against aid. And I'd be like, and if I was having the conversation with it, I'd be like, no, I oppose NATO the same way that I oppose weaponized aid from the United States that cripples economies and nurtures dependency on Western aid. So aid can, not all aid is created the same. Not all treaties are created the same. But he said this so confidently, and I didn't really read the chat or anything like that because he went on like a debate arc about Ukraine, and I was very interested in hearing, someone there seemed people who seemed like pretty
welcome President Bolsonaro
actors. I think it was somebody from Jacobin or something like that. That was Jacobin that was debating him, and it seemed like that was such a very poor equivocation of scenarios.
Right. Well, it's a gish gallop. I actually made a video debunking that specific video and argument about NATO.
Oh, great.
But, they'll use hypotheticals to smuggle in. Oh my God, why debating Stalinists? That's not a stream I want to watch. I think it's. Oh God, who. I'm sorry. If you are fucking stupid enough to take debate when somebody says, come on stream and debate me about X, come on, man. Get your shit together. Yeah, I'm going to go on a stream and debate someone about Stalin. Mark.
Did somebody, are you saying that somebody invited you?
Behavior. That's Mark behavior. No, I'm just talking generally.
Oh, right.
Debate. If you go on a debate stream, you're a fucking Mark. And I will just say right now, this is to you and anyone in the chat. If I ever find out any of you ever go on a debate stream, you are banned from my community. No, not kidding. blacklisted. You will.
Okay, all right. What if Pat debates somebody, but I don't?
Well, then your channel is blacklisted, but you're fine. But Pat is blacklisted. Pat is blacklisted, right? And that goes for all of you in the chat. Yeah. One of you I know is strong. One of you I know is strong-spirited and said, "No, I will not debate. Go fuck yourself." That's a strong spirit. But the thing is, how do I even frame this? That we do not have a proper educational framework, and we don't have a proper ability to actually identify other communists, right? Someone just says one or two of the right things, or they use our aesthetics, or they use the right aesthetics, or they use some of the right terms, and it just passes the gut check, right? And that's it. And then people listen to them, right? There is no deep universe or deep, language and symbology that we can use to actually really identify people who are actually comrades and actually sincerely hold our beliefs, and it allows opportunists to simply tape our language or aesthetics in the most vulgar facsimile of a Marxist-Leninist, and there are people who do not know better who are going to fall for it, right? Think about the No Comrades Under 1K, where every single Fed and their sister decided to make an account with a hammer and sickle and got followed by the most credulous dorks you've ever seen.
I remember that shit, and I remember instantly thinking, like, this is a fucking op. Why the fuck would...
I think it was actually literally a 4chan op, but...
Yeah. Not like a Fed op. I mean, like, exactly what you said, like a 4chan op or some kind of, like, right-wing fucking thing going on. But, like, this is definitely not, this is definitely not being honest about its intentions.
And that's the thing, though, is that people, not only do we not have a way to actually truly identify comrades, people are also, we have threat recognition bred out of us, both by the imperial system, by the anti-communist propaganda, and reinforced by places like the debate sphere. Debate brain fucking breeds threat recognition out of you. You were supposed to Iron Man your enemy's arguments, right? You were supposed to take everyone in the best faith unless they're an enemy, right? Then bad faith only. And you see people just incapable of understanding the idea that bad actors exist, or that people may be doing things for bad reasons, right? Or that somebody might be lying, that they might be misleading, right? It's only just bad arguments. And this sort of deference people have to honoring hypotheticals is absurd. And that's what I was getting back to earlier. I saw somebody literally do the hypothetical. They're like, well, actually, you can think of an idea where child abuse is good. What if a child gets kidnapped by a mass murderer and they're in their basement when a tornado comes and the abused child only survives because of that? And, like, people don't know how to respond to these absurd hypotheticals, and they go, oh. And I'm like, what you're arguing for is the benefit of basements in Kansas. What are you talking about? Why are you sitting here coming up with an elaborate hypothetical to justify child abuse? That's really fucking weird. And that should be the response when someone does something. That's really fucking weird. Why are you fucking doing that, dude?
That is fucking weird.
Hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. I've been defeated by a hypothetical. And it's like, if somebody gives you a stupid hypothetical like that, this is what you say. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. And, like, just shut it down. Shut it down.
I mean, like, look, if you're debating somebody and they can't come up with, like, an actual instance where the thing that... Well, first of all, you shouldn't be debating somebody to begin with. But second of all, if you're just having a conversation with somebody and they're insistent on, like, what if X happened, and they can't actually come up with, like, a time where X did happen... It's a non-starter. It never happened.
This goes back to, like, Rene Descartes. That was like, what if a demon infected my brain and inserted these thoughts within myself? Maybe I didn't actually have these thoughts or perceptions. There's actually a demon. What if then? I don't know anything. All I know is that because I think I exist, all other perceptions I have could be the perceptions implanted in my brain by a demon.
Yeah, right? What if it's a demon?
Yeah,
right. From Non-Compete.
Yeah.
And Non-Compete bailed, rightfully was like, okay, I'm going to bow out of this.
You know what? I'm out.
I heard that isn't even, like, actually true either. I saw that there was not even a disproportionate ownage of that industry.
Nope. So And that's the. By the way,
I'll be right back.
on that note, this is a hobby horse for me because what
I can't hear you. I can't hear you, man.
you can't hear me. Okay, well
I can hear you now. Now I can.
This is weird. But anyways, that particular thing really annoys me because first off, what the guy did there against non-compete, what Ian did against non-compete is what's called Holocaust justification. Holocaust justification is a crime in many countries. And if he had that debate in Germany, he would be in prison right now for
Good.
Holocaust justification. Because what he did was he tried to display a moral machismo. And he said, well, actually, they did disproportionately own the banks. So actually, your argument about oppressor and oppressed, that the Germans could credibly claim they were oppressed, but that doesn't make their crimes against humanity justified. That's not true. The whole idea that Jewish people disproportionately controlled banks or were disproportionately in banking was a Nazi lie. That is not true. If you look at Jewish bank ownership and Jewish participation in banking in the Weimar Republic, their overrepresentation is 0.1%. The only place where they had any additional sway was in the sector of private banking, which is family lenders or family money management firms, right? You know how some wealthy families will have a money manager?
Mm-hmm.
Some Jewish families managed money for
like an accountant, in a sense.
And that was the thing that goes back to the usury laws or whatever, right? It wasn't that they did not control the banks. And what he tried to do was pivot the idea that they were overrepresented into the Nazi lie that they controlled the economy. Right? And that's what he tried to do. And non-compete very smartly said, nope, I'm not debating this. I'm out. And
Good.
he looked like such an asshole that what he had to do was clip non-compete out of context. He sniped non-compete's stream while he was still live, while both of them were still live after the debate. He goes to non-compete's stream, pulls it up on his stream, which is a TOS violation, and waits until he recaps what he had said. And when non-compete recaps what Ian says, Ian goes, aha, got him, clips it, and then clips it down to remove the sentence where he says, Vosh said, removes that, and only puts the Nazis had a point part. So the full quote was, Vosh literally said that Nazis have a point. He, on stream, you can find this. This is still on YouTube. He clips it, cuts it down, to remove the context, posts it on Twitter, and then tells all of his fans to retweet it and say it's real. And then when he checks and he only has 500 likes, he starts haranguing his chat to go retweet it. So he and that's what they know he does that. They think that's brilliant. They think that's Machiavellian tactics. And he openly just framed a guy on air. But that's how this world works, because now that narrative is the truth. And when people watch that debate again, they will only perceive parts that are consistent with their memory. And that memory they have was constructed by the lies told to them by Ian and all of his fans and the circle around him. And because it's like a ecosystem, in addition to being cult-like, it's a subset of drama streaming, right? It's not debating. All it's doing is having friendly conversations with Nazis and then doing some kayfabe where somebody gets hit with a rhetorical folding chair and they go, whoa, oh my God, whoa, that's so crazy. And then
Funny thing,
ecosystem of second.
Funny, I actually was on, I was actually looking at something the other day and I wanted to clip it where, I don't want to use improper terms here, but he was essentially saying, he was called out on something that he gets called out on commonly, which is that he says he has all these historical clips of him being like, I love the Black Panthers. I love the Black Panthers. And then anytime anyone's like, you claim to hate Marxist Leninists and tankies and people like this, but you have this undying, appreciation for them. And he was trying to rationalize that in some way, which was like, you know what, when, Black Panthers did cool stuff, when they said that they were Maoists, they were R-worded. And I was trying to clip it, and on his YouTube, you can turn off the clipping option for your videos. You can't even clip his video. He turned it off. I couldn't even. I wanted to take the clip and send it to someone where he was essentially saying that the Black Panthers were R-worded because they appreciated Mao.
Right.
And I wanted to send it to Johnny or something like that, and I'm like, oh, can't even clip his. clip his stuff.
You did send it to me. I want to see if I can.
Filmed it on my phone. I filmed it on my computer from my phone because you couldn't even do the little YouTube clip thing.
So that's not the first time he's claimed that, although he didn't use the R word. I'll DM it to you. Don't watch it on stream or whatever because that's feeding into the drama ecosystem.
So don't watch the Vosh clip.
I mean, no, you can watch his clip. But what I always caution is to not watch secondhand commentary on stream and to not feed into whatever the big controversy is. Because once again,
we're trying to read books and talk about books on stream. You know what I mean? Like, and do you remember what I said earlier? I said, I read books. I like to read books. I'm not on Twitter and I'm not on Twitch. I don't consume content on Twitch. I'm on Twitch now as a content creator.
Sorry.
I didn't hear anything about Larouche or any of this stuff because I'm just back here like reading like actual books. And now we're like into all this like more like drama stuff. And it's like, we're trying definitely not to participate in that. That is not like the purpose of our stream is to like jump in on the hot topic, get viewers because we have the new hot take on the new leftist drama. It's like, hey, here's an amazing history book about some leftist situation.
Look, Sebs, I know that we need OBS. Okay, we're dumb. We use like the most archaic like.
Seb, shut up. I will show them how to use.
But there's one thing I wanted to bring up, right? And it was very early on, right? And it was this comment, right, by Red Falcon, who I cannot appreciate enough, right? And there's a couple names on here, right? Two of them being Jiang Yu and Hassan Ali, right? To begin with, I actually know about Jiang Yu because he was on Pros of the Round Table way back in the day. Yes. And this is way before like the transphobic tweets. And we're talking like more than 3 years ago. Right. And I actually have, I should have probably grabbed those too. I have physical copies of his CDs. I literally bought that shit.
Amazing.
Okay. That's how much of a fucking nerd I am. And Hassan Ali, right? I actually started on Twitch. Like the only reason I think I opened up a Twitch account, I think it was either to like watch like the what is it, Dixieland of the Proletariat Twitch stream, or it was the culture.tv that I found on YouTube, right? Back when like, it was like people like Stu that like, I'm sorry, I'm even mentioning your name. I know you probably want nothing to do with this anymore. There was that guy Q, and there was Hassan, and
how the mighty have fallen. I would not. Anyways, I've got to finish this. No, it was my friend Haley was on that show for a while. Haley was a good friend.
Oh, you know Haley? Yeah, that's who I was getting to. She's the one that knows everything about like Soviet tanks and stuff, right?
Yeah, her and Chaos's Mel know everything about Soviet tanks. But yeah, how the mighty has fallen with that.
So, do you want to know why I'm bringing these people up?
Why? I want to hear.
All right. So, and I brought this up on the previous time we wound up talking about LaRouche, right? With Red Falcon, is that, do you ever watch Midwestern Mark's videos?
I watched like one of them, and then I heard, I saw his Pat Sock friendly stuff, and I was like, I'm out.
So, let's see here. There's the video he had talking about wokeism, right? And it's funny because in that video, right, he winds up talking about this friend in the video. Mm-hmm. That friend turns out to be Jiang Yu, right? Uh-huh. And then he has another video about like kids being put on medications very early, right? And he quotes another friend of his. Not a friend. He actually quotes this Dr. Hassan Ali.
Uh-huh.
That Dr. Hassan Ali, right?
Uh-huh.
And then I, through them, found out about the probably canceled podcast, right? That like, the podcast itself has plenty of like, great information or whatever that I don't entirely agree with everything, but I thought it was interesting. And like also because they had like a Gabriel Rockhill interview on there and everything, and I was like, oh fuck, this is sick, this is awesome. And yeah, if you wind up following these people on Instagram, see, that's like the one thing that I don't think these guys originally ever thought out. Like, oh, I can't be like completely mask off, like transphobic and like, fucking just unhinged on Instagram, because there are people, or at least like don't let people you don't personally know follow you on Instagram if you're going to be like that and try and hide that shit. Because I was following them on Instagram and they were unhinged about it. And I was like, holy shit, right?
Oh,
Jesus Christ, right? Like, that, like, not only like, were they transphobic, but they thought that like all LGBT, like, people are like a deep state op by the CIA and all this other like insane unhinged shit, right?
I also like huffing paint.
What?
I said I also like huffing paint.
Right.
But like, yeah, and they will that's kind of like the layering effect of, as people get in, like, you hide that stuff, and that's the power level tactic that neo-Nazis used to use.
So think about what made Haas attractive, especially to like a lot of like maybe like dudes that a couple years ago would have been like Bernie Bros or something, or just like Chapo trap house heads, right? He's like aggressive. He's toxically masculine.
Toxic. Yes.
Yes, all that shit. So you've got Eddie, who's like I think like a collegiate, or was that just high school wrestling or something? I don't know. I mean, like, the dude, honestly, like, I'm not going to knock his physique. He probably works very hard for it, but like, he's actually like,
he's way more jacked than I am. I mean, like, just think about what Hawes said about me. He called me an effeminate little twink. He clearly
Who called you that?
Hawes called me a whittle wabbit.
Oh, he said shit about I am.
Called me gay. He said this guy probably got shoved in lockers, and like, I'm good at reading between the lines. And what he was saying is he wanted to pin me down on the side of a chair and just rail the shit out of me. And it's like,
Yeah, but Mr. Tough Guy wouldn't even take a fight with Dylan Burns. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's like, buddy, you're gonna have to pay a dowry if you want to get. I mean, you're calling yourself the Khan of the Golden Horde? Fine. Send me 15 tons in gold bars and you can see my feet.
Isn't he also only like 5'8"?
Yeah, he's not the tallest guy. I saw a picture of him next to the guy Destiny, and like apparently, like, I think he's like, yeah, I don't think that they're very tall at all.
What'd you say, Horace?
He's 5'2".
No.
Get the fuck out of here. No, he isn't.
That's what I've heard. 5'2". Yep.
Stop.
Yep,
No, I saw him in like in IRL events, and I don't think he's that short, but he's like, certainly for the way that he portrays himself as somebody that, for one, he's admitted that he has no formal martial arts background, which I'm someone that's like very dedicated to training martial arts. And like the moment that Dylan Burns says something to him, he's like, oh, well, I never boxed. He boxed. So it's like, how can you scream at people on a microphone, at people that you know that you'll never physically come across, and you pretend to be this like alpha, that when somebody actually does like attempt to break the third wall with you and like meet you on that, you just crumble from it, because the whole thing is an absolute facade.
Yeah, no, it very much is. The masculinity and the hyper masculinity and all that is a facade. And then, I mean, just, man, it's the weird syncretic fascism, like them talking about like Pol Pot and shit like that. But
yeah, what's that about?
Because Pol Pot is a mass murderer, and they think that's
Yep.
based. I think at this point I'm seeing like this weird circle emerge between the like debate people's most extreme opinions, the Pat Sock's most extreme opinions, which is basically eco-fascism, but in a different form, right? Instead of killing everyone on Earth to save the planet, they want to destroy the planet to kill everyone on Earth, right? It's a reverse of the typical eco-fascist formulation.
Name names.
Oh, I mean, I'm talking about the anarcho-nihilists, who are the eco-fascists. We've talked about them a lot. You see them; they're a new emerging phenomenon, and they have also in the debate sphere. But ultimately, the reason I was cautioning against engaging with anything heavily debate-related on stream or at all is because it functions as a current. And if you get involved in the secondhand commentary or, God forbid, debate someone, the hooks are in you, and you're gonna get pulled into the current. And
So
it draws you in to engage over and over again, right? You make a video, you talk about Vosh, he responds to you, he calls you names, right? Like Haas tried to do to me. Haas tried to draw me into a debate and get me into an arc with him by calling me names and trying to get under my skin, insult my ego, and make me try to defend myself, right?
right. So here's the difference. Here's the difference in tactic, right? Clearly, Haas has fizzled out. He's old news, has been completely used up, washed up, right? Fucking broke. Not a top G anymore.
Not a top G.
Eddie Liger, however, doesn't do debate streams as far as I can tell, right? He does Marxism 101 stuff, which is really fucking insidious, right?
Yeah.
And, right, he is Pat Sock the fuck up, but not openly. It's either through Twitter mentions, right? People he follows, right? Little subtle nods and hints towards people that, like, were literally thrown out of their own orgs because of their unhinged, like, fucking transphobia and shit, right?
Let's see with it.
And then, like, you know, what was the last thing, right? The fact that, like, he is very calm, and he's had JT from the Deprogram on. Dude,
as soon as I heard that, I was like, uh-oh.
Dude, I reached out to JT, like, on his fucking Discord and was like, what the fuck are you doing? And, like, you want to know what his, like, response was?
But tell me.
He straight up fucking said, like, oh, I saw Marxist and thought, like, you know, what's the big deal?
Oh, he didn't even fucking. So that's one of two things.
No.
Either he is a fucking mark and he doesn't have anyone in his circle who knows how to fucking vet, or
no. I think JT, because he's a what the fuck is it? He's Communist Party USA guy.
That's why I said he seems like he's very friendly, and I think he takes people at face value if they're not a debate person, which is not a great trait. And he was extremely religious, so it's no surprise he fell into Larouche stuff.
Right. So he's already just, like, primed for that shit, because he's what, like 20-something years old? Not even? Right. So, like, you know, him being raised Christian or whatever, that's not that long ago.
No, it's not. And it takes a long time to break out of that kind of stuff. And I'm going to have to hop over to my stream soon here. But kind of what I was trying to get at with the way these things function, like, because I'm drawing a bigger point with the way kind of bad actors and dangerous groups online function. But they will find some sort of thing to draw you in. And they usually, like the debate cult, like it uses interactions. Right? They'll use a sort of salience where you'll interact, they'll interact, and you'll get a bunch of attention and a bunch of harassment. And that sort of propels you to re-engage again. Damn, my video got 10K views. Right? I normally do 2K views. Maybe I should engage again. Maybe I should go on the show. And
the controversy sells. The controversy is it feeds viewership.
Exactly. And that sort of thing draws people in against their better judgment. These sorts of things instill compulsive behaviors in people that if they do not have a proper framework or a proper friend group or comrades, they are going to get drawn into it over and over and over. And
we're having we're having a cat debate. It's a debate between cat cuteness.
Yeah, that's acceptable.
So fucking, or wait. Like, Sam, I do not think he's a fence walker at all. I think he's definitely on one side of the fucking fence. He's just very close. He's like kind of hanging over, like trying to pull people to one side of the fence. That's what I fucking think.
Yeah, I think it is. I think he's trying to keep up appearances and draw people in, which was the strategy Haas did in the beginning too. And I think they're, rather than focusing on kind of a final point, rather than focusing on like de-radicalizing people or trying to debate these people or trying to out-drama them or undercut them or expose them, none of that works. All of those things are just going to make you one of their victims, and eventually you're going to get bored. So instead, what we need to do is we need to focus on dealing with the advanced class. We should, as principled communists, as content creators, we should focus on reaching out to people who are already most of the way there and further teaching them, further radicalizing, teaching basics of these things, teaching them the ideas and bringing them in and further developing them. That's what we should be focusing on. We should focus on creating content to radicalize the advanced class of people. We don't need to bother with any of this de-radicalizing fucking people who were fascists 3 years ago. De-radicalizing Pat Socks. If you're a Pat Sock, black mark, because clearly you can't be trusted to fucking make judgments about character or ideology. I'm not going to listen to you no more than I listened to someone who was like, oh, I was in Atomwaffen 3 years ago. Okay, why the fuck would I listen to you? What, you want to come on my show and tell me about how you're a good boy now? Suck my dick. No. Right, so we should, and that's why I like, that's why I came on. Like, you guys are good guys, but like what you've been doing, I like, right? You've been reading this material out. You stay away.
Yes, that's the one fucking thing that, like, look, no matter what fucking leftist you are, right? At some point it comes up that, like, look, guy or person, you gotta read. Okay, it's it's a bit of a slog, all right, at first, and like I'm sure that you struggle to read just like I fucking do, especially if you're watching this. I struggle hard. Sometimes I'm literally done finishing whatever we're about to. I'm finishing reading whatever we're about to go over less than an hour before we go live. Sometimes literally like during the stream, I'm finishing. All right, I get it. Okay, I also have like a full-time job, a wife, and like all these other responsibilities, right? But like I want to make sure that like there's a resource out there so that nobody else ever has to go to a fucking like meeting of their organization, right? That probably doesn't have a good, well-rounded like education on like what is socialism, or like what about all these like fucking topics that they have us go over, right? Or that you're supposed to have an answer for, to any person that's just like, why should I listen to you? Why should we fight for socialism? Why would I want that? Right?
To stop people falling for these opportunists, help people deconstruct anti-communist biases, and try to develop a further advanced class. And we need more people in that kind of media.
We are so legit, right? That like I'm sure there was an episode. Sorry, there's this. So like, I think that like. I got totally thrown off track, David. God damn it.
You're saying we're so legit for some reason, and I was curious what makes
we're so legit because like I think that there's an episode that like, maybe the one previous to this, right, when we were going over Black Shirts and Reds, the most often like, recommended book by like every ML in their Twitter bio to like the newbie that doesn't know anything, right, Horace? And there's plenty of stuff in there that, like, if you don't know dick, right, your eyes are just going to glaze over and just go on to, like, the next part, right? And there was a point in our stream where it's just like, if you, without any context, were watching our stream, you would think that, like, wow, these guys are just indicting, like, Stalin and, like, the Soviet Union and, like, just kind of shitting all over it. And it's like, no, if you're going to be a principled communist, if you're going to be a principled, like, person fighting for socialism, you have to be able to acknowledge, right, the shortcomings of it, right? And like without like a defense, like the defense is like, yeah, they fell short on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, I want us to be able to do that and be able to give that to people. Like, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. There's a history for all of this shit. And we want to be able to give that to you in like the most fair and like balanced way possible.
What did Jay say? Like revolution isn't a tea party or something like that? Or revolution doesn't always fall directly off the tree. Sometimes you have to shake it, something along those lines.
That's the kind of unfortunate, insidious thing about like the COINTELPRO left is that or compatible left is that the narrative
or the IRD left,
right? Like the debate left, right? Is the criticisms of these things are so poisoned, right? The way they have poisoned any reasonable discourse about the USSR or China to the point that it makes people feel so defensive that they reflexively defend everything and are unable to have a critical reading of these things because you are on such a back foot. And, part of the mission is to build a more like a more principled and more even keeled left, where we can actually have these sort of nuanced conversations about these things.
This is precisely why when we were going over the chapter Stalin's Fingers, where we talk about a lot of like, the what the gulags were versus what they weren't, I read an entire academic journal by J.R. Getty, which is like, for anyone that knows about the work of J.R. Getty, this is not someone that is like subscribes to any kind of like socialist political or economic arrangement or anything like that. Is just a well-respected Soviet historian who puts it into a very much more realistic and genuine perspective than what has been purported throughout the entire Cold War, which has mostly been accepted as just like the common narrative regarding it. And it's not, if you read these books, it's not necessarily some like wholesale exoneration of the Gulag or Stalin or the Soviet society at that time or the person.
They were shitty. They were in the frontier. They sucked.
Exactly.
But
exactly.
not what they were made out to be, right?
Exactly. So as somebody that, as us, this stream, who I am individually, someone that identifies as a Marxist, someone who identifies as a supporter of socialism, and someone who does attempt to make a realistic rehabilitation of the Soviet legacy that puts it into the proper perspective, we do need to contend with the things that were very, very bad about that. And reading authors such as that really helps us put that into perspective.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I know that you probably got to go do your own stream.
I'm gonna hop over to my stream, but guys, this has been fun. I hope I didn't talk over you too much. I have a bit of that habit. But yeah, thank you for coming on. Hopefully, Pat, you learned some things you'd rather not learn about Larouche.
Yeah, well, I had fun with it just because it's such an interesting and bizarre topic of like nunchucks and the KKK and like everything. Like it's like the deeper it goes, the more I'm like, how is this all real, and how is Haas involved in this? This is just ridiculous. So it's an entertaining journey as much as it is a demoralizing one.
Well, and at the end of the day, I think the takeaway from this is that you and nobody is immune to propaganda, and they're not immune to being recruited by a cult. Like the last podcast on the left said, talking about Heaven's Gate, there is a cult that you and everyone will fall for, right? Because there is, nobody joins a cult, and there's always an angle to work you. So you got to be conscious of that, and you got to have the defenses and the networks to defend against that kind of recruitment. So don't join a cult, don't debate, and I will see you guys later.
Have a good one, Horse. I'll probably see you later. Everybody go follow Horse, right? Subscribe to him if you can. This is his primary income. So that's why, like, again, I respect his grind. I respect his commitment to the game.
All respect to it. Hey, tiniest boop. And I appreciate you saying that, because that's the type of position that I take as well. And I think I caught a little bit of flack from chat a couple weeks ago because I took umbrage with Grover Furr's statement that he never witnessed a single crime of Stalin or something like that. And it's like, that was never necessarily my position. And I'm someone that came on here and put my face on the internet and put my face on YouTube, reducing certain numbers and things like that, engaging in some very controversial discussion regarding the gulags and how severe they were and how many people died. But at the same time, like, that was not made to be some kind of wholesale exoneration of everything that went wrong with that system. So I try to take an extremely like measured and principled approach to identifying these things, while also like not being someone that uses that as either a wholesale exoneration or a wholesale condemnation of any individual person or any individual system. This is a massive country, a massive nation that existed for decades with various different periods, some of which were far more troubled than others, and for various reasons. And it doesn't boil down to just a black as white as one man was evil and thus all this happened. That is not the correct perspective to take on this whole thing.
Right. I mean, like, look, Ross.
Right.
I've said it a number of times.
I was just referring to this in the climates of the West. If that is exactly.
That, like, we have such a binary mode of thinking in the US, right? That, like, what the fuck is it? That, like, that if you don't you're not Democrat, you're a Republican. If you
Right.
know you're not like on the left, you're on the right. And that isn't like some kind of argument for like centrism or anything like that. It's just that like there are
No.
going to be people that like, you know,
I knew that when I read those books and I quoted those statistics, that there are people out there that will say you are the same as a Holocaust denier. I know
right.
that there are people who will say that, and that's troubling, but it's part of the work that we have to do to kind of offer like legitimate revisionist history for history that has been so grossly distorted by the Cold War propaganda machine.
Right.
And I'm also not a person that like, how there's like a common criticism of like Marxist Leninists that like, oh, anything you say, they just write off as CIA propaganda.
Right.
I don't think anyone should just immediately write off any dissenting or critical position towards like existing communist countries or historically communist countries as just saying, oh, CIA without researching it. Because let's say that there's 100 issues that you're researching. You could find like 60 to 7% of them are either distorted, fabricated, or misinterpreted by Cold War sources, but also you're going to find a significant amount of them that are issued. There are a lot of complaints. So you can't use that as a wholesale. I use the word wholesale a lot. I'm sorry. You can't use
Let me put it to you this way. I was on a live video of Grover First speaking, right? And I asked him, hey, do you care to weigh in on the accusations that Stalin or the Soviet government, whatever way you want to look at it, right, attempted to assassinate Tito? And he's like, I have never looked into that. I can't answer that. And I'm like, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people should take that position that like sometimes you just don't know and you don't have to have a take on everything. And a principled intellectual, if they haven't actually read anything about it, that's why I'm so hesitant to do current event streams where we just kind of like throw open Twitter or throw open whatever.
You can't be right.
Well, and especially because I consider myself a student of history and one that takes that. I take that position passionately and I take it seriously. So when I'm here and I'm going to come in to talk about the Cold War, or I come in to talk about Guatemala, or I come in to talk about the Soviet Union, these are things that I've written that I've read multiple books and multiple academic articles about. So that right when a current event thing pops up, like, so Haiti is in the news currently. And I just ordered a book on Haiti because like, I don't feel at all confident speaking, just coming on here and just blurting out whatever my vibe is on it, or just like vaguely scrolling a Wikipedia site while I'm on stream and calling that a research stream. I'm not comfortable doing that. I come from a much more, principled view of how we need, especially if I'm going to come up here and get in front of a camera and a microphone and talk like I'm some kind of an authority on it. You better be putting in the work.
Right. I mean, like for the most part, that is also why like I wanted our stream to be very book heavy, right? Because it's just like, you're not getting this information from like me and Pat, right? Anytime that like we're talking about something, like a majority of the time is because like we're like, oh, look at what like the fucking internet like that we can clearly bring up in front of us, right? Or what this book is saying, right?
Right.
And what can we
so
like
we
bring up, like, yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish what you were saying. I didn't realize.
What can we back up that's in the book that we can freely find, and like that anybody else can find, right? Or that anybody else can like figure out on their own.
And the hard part of that is sometimes is that just one chapter of this book or one subsection of a chapter could be an entire book in and of itself. So for example, when we read the first chapter of Black Shirts and Reds and it talks about the sham of denazification in Western Germany, that's an entire book in and of itself. That you could read 10 academic articles about that. So sometimes I feel bad because I read that chapter and I'm like, oh man, this is so wild. I need to read more about this. But the thing is, I'm in school, I work full time, and I'm trying to prepare for this that I can't read. For the Stalin's Fingers thing, I really went in on that because I felt like that was so important to take very seriously. Where I read additional journals and everything like that. But that's why I feel comfortable using Wikipedia, because Wikipedia isn't our sole influencer. We're reading a book, which is a work of history. So when you read a Gerald Horne book or a Perenni book, or a Jason Hickel book, you're getting what could be considered a legitimate secondary source that could be cited in an academic paper in many instances. But we're just reinforcing that with, and I love using Wikipedia because it's a representation of some kind of a common narrative. So even the other day when we were reading about the UMAP camps, the end of the UMAP camps was in Cuba, was ended with a note about how much the Cuban government did to kind of rehabilitate its positions regarding homosexual people on the island. And we didn't go to Marxist.org to find that. We didn't go onto some like Twitter of somebody with hammers and sickles that claim that. We didn't dust off an esoteric, work of leftism. We went to the Wikipedia.
We didn't even dig up like anything like, Belly of the Beast or like, somebody that lives in Cuba or anything like that, which like you can find.
While Wikipedia isn't always accurate and isn't always a correct context, when we're talking about these things, and you can even, I would venture to say that 99% of the population would not have even as nuanced of a context, nuanced of a context for the UMAP camps as that Wikipedia article did. So when we pull that up, it sometimes just goes to show like, hey, even like the quasi mainstream narrative of this is that you can find on Wikipedia. What you're walking around thinking is so different than that because of propaganda.
Like, what the fuck is it? Like, forget the point I was trying to make. I'm sorry. I'm like really like losing like my train of thought really easy right now for some reason. But what the hell is it? Like, I was just gonna say something about what Ross said about how I am also against like the carceral state. My day job is working with people that get out of prison, and then like I can go off for hours about how like our criminal justice system is inherently fucked and it is designed purely to punish people, right? So like when we're reading about like the gulag and stuff, right, and we're reading about like the rate of release for a lot of the people that go there, and we're reading about like just the opportunity that these people have to continue to have a life, right?
And that most people that were in the gulags were criminals,
right?
Like ordinary criminals of theft of property, personal harm, things like that. That political dissidents actually made up a minority of that.
Right. So like when we're reading about that, it does make me feel like, fuck, man, I wish we fucking had anything like that. Just like, any amount of like reduction of fucking harm that like the average everyday person like, has. But I remember what the fuck I was going to talk about. All right. So when we were on Wikipedia the other day and you opened up like the Marxist like Wikipedia tab, right? It blew my mind that you never even went through that phase of like baby leftism where like you're on the Marxist Wikipedia tab and you're trying to figure out like what tendency am I?
Yeah. I was lucky enough that I had somebody that I lived with that I deeply respected. It was actually after he lived in China for about a year when he came back and started telling me some more things. And he was going through school and he was meeting people from Eastern Europe when he was traveling in Europe and just things like that. And it was really him that kind of like gave me like the straight injection, you know what I mean? Like that. And me and him kind of like, we were listening to some like punk music together and stuff like that. And I had been listening to Choking Victim since I was like a teenager, but I never knew that those voice samples were Michael Perenni. And then, so it was all kind of coming together. Like we were like, oh, we were talking about Perenni. And then he went to China and he went to China and Europe, and he lived in China for a while. Now he came back and started being like, I'm hearing that like this and that. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. And we talk about it. And then he lends me Black Shirts and Reds. Then he lends me State and Revolution. Then he lends me Socialism Betrayed. Those are the first 3 political books that I read. Then I started buying my own books and it went like that. Unelectable Airwaves, or something I want to bring up here. And this might be like a controversial figure, but it's so good, but it's very good. There's a video by Bad Empanada where he goes through the Wikipedia page of the Holodomor genocide question, and he like examines each of the the sources for and against, and how like wildly disparate they are in terms of their legitimacy. It's a really well done video, and it's very, in my opinion, well researched, and definitely in line with a lot of the more academic studies that I've read about that situation. And it does prove that Wikipedia does have a bias that might not be like an intentionally conspiratorial bias by Wikipedia, but just part of the current and inertia of like the mainstream view of these things, because they favor mainstream media sources. And, this is just the current that they get swept up in. Sorry.
Sorry. Yes. I at one point identified as an anarchist. Fuck, at one point I was a goddamn Trotskyist. Like I went through like almost every phase you can think of, in terms of like political development. And I'm not gonna lie that like when I was in active addiction, I had some very reactionary, very like horrible perspectives and views on the world and people in it, and like it was really bad. So like when Horse is talking about that like nihilistic trend going on in like anarchism or whatever the fuck you want to call it or describe it as, that probably would have seemed attractive to me when I was like 22 years old, like strung out and shit.
I mean, I feel like I dodged a bullet, because when I was in high school, I started reading these books like Behold a Pale Horse, which like has a lot of like quasi anti-Semitic conspiracy. I thought like it was like see, do you remember the original meaning of the word woke before it was meant to be like social justice? Do you remember what woke meant?
Like when Childish Gambino used it in that fucking Redbone song?
What was it? How did he use it?
Stay woke.
I thought people would say that a lot of time when you were like a conspiracy theorist, like when your third eye was open. Like it was like if you were like questioning 9/11,
calcifying my third eye.
Yeah, that was like staying woke. Like it wasn't about like social justice. It was more like the conspiracy. You know what I mean? Like,
are you trying to pull this up?
Oh, I think I saw that. Yeah. No, I was just reading it. I actually had somebody bring this up to me about I was in a debate with someone, but it was my roommate. It wasn't, it
wasn't recorded for YouTube, everybody.
Yeah, so don't blacklist me, Famous Horse, for debating my roommate. I was talking to him and I said, well, the CIA says this. I think it might have been about the calorie intake that the Soviet population enjoyed in its later decades. And he was like, well, I thought you don't trust the CIA. You trust the CIA all of a sudden. I said, I trust the CIA the same way that I trust a used car salesman when I accidentally see a document on his desk that shows that the car was in a previous accident. Because you have to think about like what is the intention of this person, like of this organization. What is their, does this detract or does this support their overall mission? And that's how I put it to him, is that
when the CIA is talking to itself and making a memo,
exactly. This was not proliferating.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
This was like internal documents. This is not.
It's not like Radio Free Liberty or Radio Free Europe is blasting out like Stalin's a great guy. He's just the leader of a club.
Oh, maybe Robo Gaming. I'm not even going back that far. I'm just saying, like in like the
that is technically where it comes from. But yeah,
I was thinking in like the 20. What do they call it? The 20 aughts.
The early aughts.
The early aughts. Like, I thought it was almost like an Alex Jones type of thing. Like stay woke. Like don't the globalists or something like that. Like
yeah. Well, yeah, like everything else in American culture, Red Falcon. Black people create culture in America, and then it goes through the filtration of either like gay white men and then their white women friends, and then like eventually it trickles down to like dudes in like their teens or 20s, like just repeating things that they hear.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Stay frosty.
For me, it's first ironically. Like I hear some new thing that the kids are saying, and I start saying ironically. I'll start ironically saying something's lit, and then next thing I know, it's just in my life.
Bro, I've been saying things are lit for like fucking. It'll never stop now.
Now shit's lit. I can't stop it.
It's lit.
Oh yeah, Memphis. We can definitely pull. We can pull that up. You pulling it up?
Oh, boo. Live
Memphis
updates. Do you want to see what CNN is doing or what?
Well, the thing is that I don't think that there's gonna, at least from what I can see now, is that unless there's some kind of like exoneration of the, or like a grossly lenient, a grossly lenient trial for these cops, I do believe that this, they're not, it does seem that
that's not great. bro, do you know all the details about this shit?
I watched something earlier today.
All right, so they were called like the Viper team or some shit.
No, I didn't. I didn't
Scorpion,
know that.
Scorpion.
I didn't
Yeah,
know that.
they were the Scorpion team or whatever. So I think it's kind of interesting that like, it's been fucking years of this, right?
Yep.
And it's funny how like every other time this has happened, majority of the time, like, especially if the officer is white, they get put on desk duty, they get like, paid leave or some other nonsense. But all these dudes, all the officers involved, they're all black, and they have been immediately fired and now charged with murder.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting that, like, this is one of those instances where it's just like, do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm getting at?
No. Oh, are you saying that because they're black, they're putting them right to the wall instead of like giving
immediately
them the benefit of the doubt?
Right, like immediately. Not that like, fucking what they did wasn't fucking brutal and fascistic and, just.
Are you? Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, my food's here.
Hi, V.
Did you get me a Diet Coke?
Yes. Hold
All
on.
right.
Sorry, I didn't wake up early enough to come over today.
No, you're good. Were you planning on coming over today?
I was thinking about it, but I like woke up like way too late.
Dude, it'd be cool if I could get like my second mic set up and like
I know.
everything like that, and we could actually have like a nice little IRL stream where we're both like hanging out in nice chairs with nice microphones.
I know. It'll happen. Don't worry.
And then I have that camera too. Like I could set up like a non-webcam camera. It'd be nice.
Yeah, and it's also funny, Falcon, that like, there's like a big thing going on right now, especially on like TikTok or whatever, where like women are recording themselves in the gym and like, black men are checking them out or something. And it's just like, it's so fucking weird. And it's like, what fucking year is it, man?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I haven't been to the gym in like 2 years, but when I was, dude, like I'm one of those people where it's just like the gymxiety it's off the charts. Like
I get that a lot.
If you so much as look at me, I'm just like eyes down. Like if I don't have like headphones, like big over the ear headphones playing, I can't go to the gym.
Yeah, I get that a lot. Especially when you like start doing like free weight workouts or stuff that isn't like a machine where you actually your form matters and you're like, oh am I doing this wrong?
Have I ever told you the time I like ripped a wicked fart in like the middle of the gym and I just straight up got up and walked out? I was doing crunches on like a fucking incline and then it slipped out and I was just like, I know everybody around me heard it. I just straight up fucking got up, walked out.
Like, well, that's it for me.
Not only, I'm sure everybody thought that I probably shit my pants. Not only the hair product, white women started using it on TikTok. Oh yeah, no, my wife was telling me about that. That like, the way it's used, right, is that like it positively affects like, really like kinky hair, right? But like these white women were just like leaving it in and it was like incredibly damaging to their hair and their hair is like fucking falling out. And it's like, A, it's not for your hair type. B, you're like not even using it right. So it's on you.
Yeah.
Same, Sam. I was in pretty good shape like before COVID. And I did start lifting again. So
I haven't been doing shit. I used to do jiu-jitsu like 5 days a week. And now since I've been in school, like the past like 2 months, I have, and then the holidays, there was like a break for the holidays.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, I haven't gotten back on the horse, especially because I've been taking the stream more seriously.
You hear that, chat? He's missing out on touching the mat for you.
I'm hoping that I can resurrect that next week or the week after next is my plan.
Oh, it's every time of the year is the worst time of the year to be at a Planet Fitness. They don't even have a fucking bar. All they ever have is a fucking Smith machine.
There's not even a free weight squat rack.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit.
If you're used to doing regular squats and you get on a Smith machine to do a squat, it's so awkward. The
Dude,
way like the way it feels is crazy.
I remember like trying to do like a free weight squat on the Smith machine. I did maybe like, you know, five reps and was just like, this is stupid.
This is so stupid. You're better off just grabbing the free. You're better off just grabbing the free weights and using that. In my opinion, I'm not like a workout expert or anything like that.
I like everything else. I think it's definitely like, you know how I don't know if it's ADD or if it's autism that they say that like if you're into like really fucking just diving head deep into, you know, whatever bullshit that like, you know, floats past you, you might be this or that. But I do have like what the fuck is it? A diagnosis of autism from when I was like really little. Took like 2 years. But like I'm like high social functioning or whatever. But I think that might be why I do this, why I'm like this. Like for me, it's like kind of it's like stimulating and calming for me.
Yeah, I mean, I like it too, but I don't know. I think it's just interesting hobby.
I have not been able to substantiate reckless driving stuff of Tyree Nichols. Oh, bro. This is fucked.
When they say substantiate, do they mean like if he was actually breaking the law to get pulled over in the first place?
Yeah. So, of course, in an investigation, we begin to look at what was the probable cause for the stop. Where are the cameras? Was there some evidence on body camera or other cameras along those thoroughfares? And we've taken a pretty extensive look to determine, you know, what the probable cause was. And we have not been able to substantiate that. It doesn't mean that something didn't happen, but there's no proof, she said. Okay, no. So that means
the dead guy, you know, the person that's no longer alive, that's the proof.
Like, no. See, it doesn't mean that something didn't happen, but there's no proof. That's like me taking your wallet, right? And saying, like, you know, I didn't know it was your wallet. I thought it was mine, right?
There's no proof.
There's no proof. Yeah, exactly, Falcon. If there's no fucking evidence, right? Like, then if there's no evidence of a crime, then there's no crime. Have a good one, Tiniest Boop. Always good to have you. Thank you so much.
Tiniest Boop, you're the best. Thank you for being here.
I need to move. And where the fuck is the story? There we go. Okay. Back to that. God, we really need to learn how to use OBS, man.
Can you tell me what OBS is?
It's like kind of like StreamYard.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at here.
All right. You know how like fucking Horace is able to get like all the shit floating around his fucking screen and shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like that. Instead of this. You know what I mean? Like you're able to customize it exactly how you want.
Oh, wow.
And it's crazy because like half our chat knows how to use OBS and like.
Yeah. And we don't. We constantly have Seb's Dev just relentlessly shitting on us for not knowing how technology works.
Yeah.
Hey, Ash, just so happy you've been here. But I appreciate it, Sebs. Someone needs to get us in line. Like we're out here floating around, just not knowing what's going on. Somebody has to bring it right to our faces that we are out of tune and things need to be fixed.
I mean, like, and the other thing is, I'm not gonna lie. Like, by the time I'm done streaming and like I turn the computer off, I want to get away from the computer. But there's so much other stuff that like I gotta do, you know. Is that why whenever you're fucking streaming, like there's no audio, there's no nothing. It is literally just whatever game you're playing.
You can stream from a PS5.
Apparently.
A piece of technology I do not own.
I've watched Falcon's streams before. It's literally just him playing like what is it like Star Fantasy or whatever online.
What is Star Fantasy?
I don't know, man. It's one of those like JRPG things that are like open world or whatever.
That sounds pretty cool.
All right. Well, the next time you're live, Falcon, I promise I'll hop in. I'll start annoying you.
Guys, I downloaded Age of Empires 2 today.
Oh yeah.
Or yesterday, I guess. Most of the games I play are extremely nostalgia based.
Yeah, I mean, even the TV shows you watch are extremely nostalgia based.
Mm-hmm. I have a tough time getting into it. I'm like old man yelling at cloud for most of the most stuff that comes out.
Fucking
hell yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, when you told me that you love season 1 of True Detective, I was like, hell yeah. That's like the greatest
that's my
TV
shit, man.
Like ever. I know it's propaganda chat, but like if you've never seen it, it's some of like the greatest prestige TV ever made. And really also for anybody that's in our Discord, if you could please give us like or teach us how to make emotes, because I want to make an emote of Rust where he's like where he's smoking a cigarette and he's like, you know, I want that face, right, as like an emote.
Nostalgia is capitalist propaganda.
Yes, of course it is. No, I have no idea how to do Photoshop, Sebs.
He's not asking if you know how to do it. He's asking if you have it.
Oh, I don't think so. Cringe dialogue, farm, Final Fantasy VII, Crisis Core. That's not cringe. It's great.
Is there a new Final Fantasy VII thing? I like dust off a downloaded copy of Final Fantasy X remake that I play like twice a year, and I just beat that game because like I'm such a Final Fantasy X addict from childhood.
Is that the one you were playing like a year ago when I was coming over?
Like that would be on par for the schedule that I just talked about. So yeah. Probably.
It's a remake of PSP prequel to 7.
Oh well. I play Diablo 2, Resurrected, and I play Magic the Gathering online. Those are my two main squeezes, is Diablo and Magic. Sebs, I have Premiere, but I don't think that comes with Photoshop. I think I don't have the full package of Adobe. I just have Premiere.
I think that our stream is probably really going to take off when we get like a copy of what the fuck is it? Photoshop or whatever, or Adobe, whatever the hell she needs.
I have it.
Because like she's a really talented artist. And so chat, I know that like we promised that very soon we were going to have some like commie art. So we commissioned like a fairly well-known like, and I'm not going to name names, but we commissioned somebody like to do our art, right? And it's kind of been sort of lackluster.
It's been really tough.
Yeah, and like it makes me feel some type of way because I was expecting a lot more. And yeah, we're just kind of like trying to figure out what to do about that, because it's like, should we just forego using their art at all, right? Or like, you know, is it going to take even longer? And like, I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm conflict like avoidant or whatever. Like, I don't know. Yeah, so I just wanted to give you guys like an update on that.
It's been a real ordeal. So we have a plan for us to get together tomorrow and have a off-stream discussion about that, as well as a couple other developments. So stay tuned. Right now, though, the focus is not the aesthetic of the stream. It's the content quality. It's the time that we spend actually reading and preparing, and you know, all the, you know, all the things coming to this with actually an informed perspective that we could, talk to you.
See,
that's an interesting question. That's an interesting question.
It's funny that you say that because, you know, at one point, like during the exchange with the artist, right, in the emails that we were going back and forth with, right, when we weren't like, we were like kind of like, what is this? We noticed that like we must have not worded this correctly.
Yeah.
And we were like, can we pay you more, right, to fix this because it's our fault, right? We didn't communicate this clearly enough. Would you be willing to, like, you know, redo this design or whatever? And they were like, sure, you know, and the amount that like you're offering, you know, would suffice.
Yeah,
you know, fine. So like, definitely a valid comment, Falcon. But yes, we did try. I even asked them like, hey, can we do like a Zoom call or something, so that way, like, you know, we're not doing this like email exchange. We can get like a lot more organic dialogue going about like what we're looking for.
Sam, don't ask about the dove. The dove is a touchy situation.
Shut up about
and
the
we do not confirm or deny the ownership of that dove.
The current one, you mean?
Yeah.
Let's not bring up the dove. And
the dove is actually like the tattoo on my head. Wait, which way is my head?
So you're saying we should just take like a close-up picture of like the tattoo on your forehead and then just use that as like the logo?
Jesus, this is like the dove that I kind of wanted.
Yeah, we'll just get like your forehead lines in the shot and then use that as like the the avatar for the stream.
So yeah, it's been an ordeal.
Yes.
No,
Well, I mean, like, I'm sure Greg Ginn would probably try and, like, you know, take me to court for this.
Oh yeah.
Sick.
You can't see, but that's a Black Flag logo. It's all faded though.
All right, so I don't know, dude. I'm not gonna play like a video of a dude getting beat to death, even if there was one. But I'm not seeing a whole lot about like what's going on here.
Even if there were such a thing. Also, other stream updates. Me and Johnny made a tentative goal of reaching 200 followers by Valentine's Day. And as of today, we have 211 followers. So we exceeded our goal significantly. So thanks to everybody who clicks on the little thing and likes our page.
Oh, yeah, no, they are definitely expecting riots, Sam.
And so I know we could, investigate the logical narrative that they're scapegoating these officers because they're black, but also, could this be like, this is probably one of the more, I don't know if I'm right about this or not, but one of the more high profile police murders since George Floyd, right?
What?
This is one of the more high profile police murders since George Floyd, right?
I guess you could say that, yeah.
So, I mean, you could probably make the argument that there's a resounding effect that was left, mark that was left on the justice system, that we cannot allow this to turn into another George Floyd, and we must take decisive action about this now, as to not have another George Floyd, in our, burn down our police station. So maybe some of that civil disobedience really did have a, positive effect on the nation at large.
Okay, I found the video. I don't know, man. Do you want to watch this on stream?
Probably not. I don't think that that's. There might be some people on our stream that aren't necessarily like super fond of seeing violence like that. I'll watch it myself because I'm interested, but I think for the broader audience, it's probably a little bit much.
Yeah, no, I can't. Sorry, everybody. I can't.
Yeah, I think everybody is.
I think absolutely, Sebs. Yeah. So, did we even tell them like what we're going to be going over for February?
At the end of the stream, yeah, but we can talk about it more. I'd love to.
Yeah, let's give us your pitch.
All right, give me 1 second. I got a bunch of egg roll in my mouth.
Yeah, dude, I didn't even get that far, Matt, and like it's fucking bad, dude. Here, I don't know if like you want to watch it, but here's a link.
What are you sending to me in chat?
Yeah,
it's all good. I'm sure.
And like, look, if you're just like not, if you're not having a great day to begin with, don't watch that shit, man.
You know what, man? And this is obviously a little bit different. But do you remember when the Christchurch shooting happened? Like when I was younger,
watch that shit.
When I was younger, I used to always be like, I need to see like these like crazy videos of like stuff that happened. Like, oh, who has the link to the video? And like, I noticed like a marked maturation of like myself when that happened. And I was just like, I don't even want to see it, man. Like,
yeah,
I'm not going to gain anything from watching that fucking happen.
Like, I'll admit,
I don't seek out that bullshit anymore.
I was edgy in high school, right? When MySpace was like still a thing, right?
Right. You would watch like beheadings by like the cartel and stuff like that. That's what like
that's what it was like Eastern European dude, right?
Yeah, that's what kids were doing in the.
And then like I think when the ISIS videos came out and like the other edgy kid was like trying to show us like after school and like on my friend's like computer. I don't know, something shifted in me and I was just like, you know what? I don't want to see shit like this anymore. Like,
yeah.
Really?
And I think,
really, man?
If I'm being honest with you, I don't think I ever really wanted to see it, but I think I was with like a room full of kids that like were a bunch of 12-year-olds that know how to use the internet better than our parents. And we have unrestricted access to LimeWire. And, you get kind of caught up in the current of like, I'm not afraid to watch this. You know what I mean? Like I'll watch it. Yeah. And then like, as I got older, I'm like, dude, why do I need to sit there and watch people being fucking executed and shit?
See, you want to know what it is, Matt? I think it's that like too many other cranks that I've met, right, are always like fucking sickos and shit, I think you're probably like the only like cool one that I've ever met because you've never seen a beheading.
I was watching punk shows and skateboarding too, man.
Man, I never even like because I was like a chunky like little kid. I could never ollie.
I still skate. I still go to my friend's house and skate. He has like a whole barn with like a skate park built in it, like just wooden ramps. He's a carpenter, so he built all these ramps and boxes and stuff like that. So we go over there and hang out. It's like a concrete floored barn. It's really big that we skate in his backyard.
Yeah. Matt's a cool crank. And for everybody here that's like up all night, like I saw you on there last night, Sam. Well, what the fuck time was it for you? Like if you're up all night on the East Coast or anything, fucking unelectable airwaves, it's popping. You need to get on there. Did I spell it right? There we go. Fuck. All right. So what did you want to yeah, me neither, Sam. I can't sleep at night. What
dude, I be sleeping, dude. I be sleeping. I fall asleep like right away and I stay fucking slept and I don't want to wake up. Like I can sleep for 11 hours or
That's my
10
fucking
hours.
wife. You and my wife have too much in common.
I wake up. I don't though. I'm saying I could, but I do not.
Oh,
I
okay.
do
Right.
much.
So
I do
maybe
much.
not that much in common because she
I,
can't sleep at all.
I legitimate sleep like 6.5 hours a night just because I stay up too late and I have to wake up for work. Like
Right.
I'll be working on school or like doing something until like midnight, and then I'll watch something real quick because I need to like wind down, and I end up not going to bed until like 1 a.m, and then I got to be up at 8:30 or earlier. Actually, I normally get up at like 7:45. So like I sleep for a total of like 6.5 hours, and then on the weekends I sleep in like hard because like I finally have the opportunity to.
You know what's funny? Before I
That's
met my wife,
that's my
right? I had
yeah.
I had such a schedule, man. I would wake up at like 6 o'clock every morning. 10, like 11, the latest is when I would be up. I'd be like in bed, like getting ready to fall asleep by like 10:45, right? And I would be up at like 6 o'clock every morning, right? Now it's like I go to bed at like 3:30 some nights. Wake up at like noon.
So, why am I not in focus? Like, what happened? Okay,
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with your camera lately.
I keep going out of focus every day. Like,
Because you
maybe
keep touching
Sebs,
the lens. You keep touching the lens with your finger.
maybe Sebs can tell me why my camera keeps going out of focus. But before we get into that, I want to say I just got this really cool book while I was reading all that stuff about the coup, Yeltsin's coup, and all that. It's the Logitech. It's like the most basic Logitech HD 1080. Yeah. Okay, he said JK. Yeah. I just got
I'm sorry. Please go on.
okay. I trust him, and he used my trust and lured me into a false sense of security just so that he could humiliate me in front of my own chat and my own friend and co-host. He's reduced me to a fool.
He got you good.
No, it's cool. We're all having fun. We're all having fun. But doing all that research on like the transition from the USSR to Russia and all the hardship and the coup and everything like that. This book got brought up a number of times, and I ordered a copy. It was real expensive, but I bought a used one. It's called Revolution from Above: The Demise of the Soviet System. And it reads on the back, Revolution from Above: The Demise of the Soviet System gives a new interpretation of the disintegration of the USSR. It challenges the widespread belief that the demise of the old regime was caused by the collapse of the Soviet economy, accompanied by public demand that socialism should be abandoned. It argues that the ruling party elite of the USSR itself moved to dismantle the Soviet system. Coverage encompasses the beginnings of the Soviet political system in 1917 to the move towards capitalism in the 90s and the surprise resurgence of communist support in 1995. So seems like a really cool book. Hopefully I get to read it soon. But hold on. I'm getting very hot. I'm flustered after Sebs has humiliated me.
Yo, what hoodie is that? What is that?
It's a Japanese band called Human Gas.
Gotcha.
Like a Japanese hardcore band from the 80s.
I still wish I got to go to that fucking what the fuck is it? What the fuck is the name of that band? I'm having like I think something's wrong with me.
Japanese
not Death.
band?
Yeah, Death Side. That's it. Yeah. They did like a couple of reunion shows like like 2 or 3 years ago.
One Direction. So in the coming days, if you have any participation in social media or mainstream media narratives or liberal pundits or even conservative pundits, your news feeds will soon be awash with
MLK said, "Judge me not for the color of my skin, but for the content of my character."
Many many appropriations of Martin Luther King's legacy to use them as to suit various political narratives, many of which stray away from the actual character of Martin Luther King as a person, his social policies, and his economic policies. And this ranges from like a very liberal interpretation of the good Dr. King to even at worst a whitewashed and at worst a utilization of Dr. King's legacy to promote colorblind pseudo anti-racism, and saying that looking at color in any respect, whether it's negative or positive or corrective, is racism and is a violation of Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech. So here at Subversive History, we are proponents of the true revolutionary legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, as well as the revolutionary legacy of Brother Malcolm X. Now,
Brother Shabbat.
On Sunday, we will be concluding Black Shirts and Reds. I don't want to get too deep into that. Just know that Sunday will be the last day of the Black Shirts and Reds stream. But the following Wednesday, we will begin our reading of The Sword and the Shield, the revolutionary lives of Martin X and Malcolm Luther King.
There you go.
Martin X and Malcolm Luther King is who we'll be reading. This is the book, and a quick little recap of it is: to most Americans, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King represent contrasting ideals: self-defense versus nonviolence, Black power versus civil rights, the sword versus the shield. The struggle for Black freedom is wrought with the same contrasts. While nonviolent direct action is remembered as an unassailable part of American democracy, the movement's militancy is either vilified or erased outright. In The Sword and the Shield, Peniel E. Joseph upends these misconceptions and reveals a nuanced portrait of two men, despite markedly different backgrounds, inspired and pushed each other throughout their adult lives. This is a strikingly revisionist biography, not only of Malcolm and Martin, but also of the movement in the era they came to define. So this goes in and it really, for those of you that don't know, and I don't want to expose too much, but we'll have a little fun with it real quick. This is a grainy picture, but tell me if you can identify this person in a picture with Martin Luther King. Reading about I don't want to, let's see here. Okay, here we go. All right. How do I can't, I'm trying to get the name out of this one. Okay, there we go. Somebody's going to be able to see it.
Try and edit so it doesn't give it away.
Does anyone know who this is with the good Dr. Martin Luther King?
Okay.
Chat, I'm waiting.
They're Googling it. You know what? No, screw yours. Use this one.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
They're Googling it. Yeah, I had all the background info on there.
Bro, I am so fucking sloppy at this shit. Y'all are just seeing like every tab I have open. Which one?
Sebs is correct.
Seb's cheated.
I don't think I would say that, because I would actually say through reading that Jesus Christ is actually one of the main personalities behind most of Martin Luther King's beliefs.
Yes.
And I think him and Kwame Nkrumah were contemporaries more than they were one influencing the other, because Kwame didn't even come to power until Martin Luther King was already like middle-aged.
Right.
But for those that don't know, this is Kwame Nkrumah. He was the president of Ghana for a short period of time until a CIA coup deposed him. But he was a Ghanaian politician, political theorist, and revolutionary. He was the prime minister and president of Ghana, having led the Gold Coast to independence from Britain in 1957. An influential advocate of Pan-Africanism, Nkrumah was a founding member of the Organization of African Unity and winner of the Lenin Peace Prize from the Soviet Union in 1962.
Also, David, I didn't want to forget about this. You mentioned something about how religious people can come to liberation theology later in life, right? Not everybody that's raised religious needs to remain a reactionary religious person. And I totally agree, and I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yes, this is exactly the person that wrote neocolonial. It's neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism. So you have Lenin's work, imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, and then Nkrumah worked off that and said neocolonialism, the highest stage of imperialism. A book which we should definitely read on stream, because it is an amazing work that brings Lenin's imperialism to a more contemporary light in the neo-colonialist exploitation of the continent of Africa. Blah 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 blah. But yeah. So you can find here, which I've never heard in any of my readings of Martin Luther King. Let's see what Martin Luther King had to say about Mr. Nkrumah. And there's so much here. He has a whole speech where he talks about it. I'm trying to find some excerpts of it.
Interviewed while in Ghana, King told radio listeners, "This event, the birth of this new nation, will give impetus to oppressed peoples all over the world. I think it will have worldwide implications and repercussions, not only for Asia and Africa, but also for America. It renews my conviction in the ultimate triumph of justice, and it seems to me that this fit testimony to the fact that eventually the forces of justice triumph in the universe, and somehow the universe itself on the side of freedom and justice, so that this gives new hope to me in the struggles for freedom."
There's much more that he says about it.
Oh,
also.
yeah, obviously.
But oh wait, here, look, check this out. This is from the King Institute. This is where I get most of the information about King's speech. But he says, "I want you to come visit us down in Alabama, where you're seeking the same kind of freedom the Gold Coast is celebrating." Which, if you don't know, Kwame Nkrumah was a Marxist-Leninist. I'm not saying that makes King a Marxist-Leninist, because actually King actually has some big criticisms of Marxism, because he was such a devout religious figure that he believed that Marxism was not compatible with religion, and he heard some things about the Soviet Union being anti-religious, and thus that he said that he respected Marx as a social scientist, sociologist, but he did not ascribe to Marxism. So do not get that misconstrued, that I'm not like claiming that he is a Marxist-Leninist, but he wasn't about socialist. He actually believed that socialism was in line with the teachings of Christ. He was not the only one who thought that. There was, prior to, Red Scare, McCarthyist, Cold War propaganda, this was actually there's actually probably a pretty significant current of did somebody just there's
shit.
going up.
I'm sorry, this is my fault. I should have been fucking, oh my god, thank you, Hashkush. Hashkush just fucking gifted 10 subs, tier 1 subs to Robo Gaming, Mazov's Ghost, Holy City 2012, Red Wizard, Plunger Man, Outrun, Euphoric Acoustic, Rob Rousseau, Head Charge Cinema, and Dan Wheelion. Thank you so much, and welcome M9300. Thank you for
Absolutely.
joining us today.
Sir. The support that we receive from Hash Kush, I can't even put into words the gratitude that I feel and like the inspiration that I feel that like, you know, people actually, I guess, consider this worth contributing their funds to in that way. So I can't.
Thank you, Robo Gaming, for giving a tier 1 sub to Bear Claw.
Robo Gaming spreading the love.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Wow.
Matt, we don't have alerts because I don't even know how to fucking make them.
Who's ruining this amazing moment by talking about our lack of notifications?
Matt.
God damn it. Somebody's being a Grinch, an Ebenezer Scrooge, while we're trying to celebrate in the community building and support that we're receiving. Somebody just has to point out our lack of technical understanding of the very platform that we inhabit.
No, it's because Matt's right though.
That's right.
Fucking
now,
like yeah.
Now that's turning against me.
We'll figure it out. It's a sound alert.
Yeah. Go ahead, you can roast us. Roast us. We have a big meeting tomorrow.
We do?
Me and you were talking about the art stuff, and we're going to talk about
right. Yeah, no, yeah. Ask me tonight and I'll figure it out for you.
And that's with the East Coast.
Yeah, if you got like time for like a fucking Zoom call or something, teach me how to fucking do this shit because I have no idea. Like I think I had 2 people. To Soros? No. We're pitching to the other guy.
Who's the new one?
I don't know, I guess Gates. It's like I wanted to come up with something spicier than that, but like, you know, all I could think of is like Bill Gates. I wish. President Xi, if you can hear this,
CGTV,
my people long for freedom. Please send 10 Chengdu 20 jet fighters. You don't need to make an emo like this of Johnny.
My people yearn for freedom.
Are you kidding me? I am so. Well, I know. What do you use if not? Oh, we use StreamYard because it's like simple and archaic and like, you know, people like us with opposable thumbs can use it. Have you ever watched Matt's stream, Pat?
I've never watched any stream.
Never watched any stream. You hear this, chat? He has never watched a single stream.
The only time I've watched streams is when there used to be IRL Magic the Gathering events that were, but I never even had an account. I would just log on to the browser and I would watch like in IRL Magic the Gathering streams of Grand Prix and Pro Tours and stuff like that.
There's like 4 people in here right now who I have watched on stream.
Literally races against personally specifically. Yeah, no, I'm not on Twitter, and I don't consume content on Twitch. If they bring back Magic the Gathering in its IRL form, I will watch that.
Yeah, Pat touches grass and mats and shit like that, you know. And I wanted to bring this up because have I ever told you, Pat, about the Gary V story that happened over the holidays with my in-laws?
No.
Okay. So, right, over the holidays, right, I forget how exactly it came up, right, you know, but I was like originally making fun of what's his name, that football player that like tongue kisses his son while he's getting like a full
Tom
body.
Brady?
Yeah, Tom Brady. So I was making fun of him, and then somehow like Gary V came up. I think because I made the joke, like, yeah, he tongue kisses his son like Gary V tongue kisses his dad, right?
And Gary Vee came after your family?
No, my father-in-law is like, Gary Vee doesn't tongue kiss his father. I'm like, yes, he does, bro. He like goes to garage sales and like haggles with people over Matchbox cars and tongue kisses his dad. So yeah, it's like I wish I could go further into my relationship with my in-laws, but like it was like a beautiful moment where he's just like lost his shit and it's like he's an entrepreneur. It's like he's not even that.
I have some videos to show you. I really don't know. You could probably show me. I don't even think I could pick Gary Vee out of like a lineup of people.
Oh, I could recognize him like right off the street, wearing like the Marvel disguise.
We're gonna play a game. You can show me a series of images, and I'll tell you if they're Gary Vee or not. I'm just kidding. We don't have to do that. I was bringing this up. If you guys remember, I was on a little bit of a rant about Christian socialism. And I don't know if any of you know this, but did you guys know that this Pledge of Allegiance was written by a socialist?
I swear to God, we have definitely talked about this on stream before.
Nope, we haven't.
We definitely have.
Guys, type 1 in the chat.
Chat, back me up on this.
Type 1 in the chat if I have not talked about Francis Bellamy. 0. I actually don't even know how I phrased that.
Are you heading out unelectable?
One question mark. I didn't say it right. I don't know why I even framed that. I don't know if 1 is affirmative.
Well, if you are heading out, have a good one, Matt. See you later tonight.
So, Francis Bellamy was a Christian Socialist Baptist and author. He's best known for writing the original version of the Pledge of Allegiance in 1892. That means that every time that a red-blooded American stands in front of the stars and bars and pledges their undying allegiance to resist China and communism, that they are actually evoking the legacy of a avowed anti-capitalist socialist. Just to go a little bit more into the ideas of Francis Bellamy. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. Bellamy was a Christian socialist who championed the rights of working people and the equal distribution of economic resources, which he believed was inherent in the teachings of Jesus Christ. In 1891, Bellamy was forced from his Boston pulpit for preaching against the evils of capitalism, and eventually stopped attending church altogether after moving to Florida, reportedly because of the racism he witnessed there.
So you went to Florida?
Francis's career, yeah, but he came from Boston.
Oh, true. Okay, yeah. No, I can see that.
His career as a preacher ended because of his tendency to describe Jesus as a socialist. In the 21st century, Bellamy is considered an early American democratic socialist. Let's see if there's any other juicy stuff in here. He served as the founding vice president and wrote several articles for Society of Christian Socialists. He offered public education classes such as Jesus the Socialist, What is Christian Socialism?
See you later, Matt.
He called for a strong government and argued that only the socialist economy could allow both the worker and the owner to practice the golden rule, do unto others. Immigration and universal suffrage. Let's see. A democracy like ours cannot afford to throw itself open to the world where every man is a lawmaker. Every dull-witted or fanatical immigrant admitted to our citizenship is a bane to the Commonwealth. Where all classes of society merge insensibly into one another, every alien immigrant of inferior race may bring corruption to the stock. Races more or less akin to our own, who we may admit freely and get nothing but advantage by the infusion of their whole. Wait. Oh, okay. I see what they're saying there. But there are other races which we cannot assimilate without lowering our racial standard, which should be sacred to us as the sanctity of our homes. Is this the guy that was Boston not racist enough?
Pat, can you Google real quick the Bellamy salute?
Did they say Bellamy salute or Bellamy statue?
No, the Bellamy salute. Look up the Bellamy salute.
All right, I'm gonna pull it up off stream real quick. Oh.
Oh.
Oh. This
Oh.
is pre-Hitler? Are you kidding me?
Oh my god. Bro, that's 1941, man.
Oh, okay. It wasn't created by oh, wait. The gesture that was comedy that was created by France, also known as the flag salute. Bellamy promoted the salute. It became associated with his name. Why does it say it's created by James B. Upham, but Bellamy promoted the salute?
I have no idea, man.
Both the pledge and its salute originated in 1892. Later in the 20s and 30s, Italian fascists and Nazi Germans adopted a salute which was very similar.
No, Pat, it's very similar, okay?
Guys, I know what you're thinking. I know what everybody's thinking. Sure, it's similar.
It's
Okay,
similar.
it's similar.
It is
I'll admit, it's similar. Okay,
similar. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Who edits this shit?
I'll admit it's similar. Okay, a little different. You know, the angles just a tad bit different.
I'll admit that there are very striking similarities.
Oh man, that's like. Do you remember in that Andrew Cal? No, not it. It was a Vice documentary about like Nick Fuentes and stuff like that, and they were like, "You did a Nazi salute after the protest, or like it was either Unite the Right or something like that." And like you know that guy that's like a streamer, and he like gets all he like soys out at them for like being like. So you definitely threw a. Oh no! It's Louis Theroux. Did you watch that Louis Theroux documentary?
No, I didn't. I don't care about
really?
Louis.
Oh, dude.
We should. Why don't you throw it up?
All right, let me see if I can find it. It's a long thing. It got a,
No. This one's at a 35-degree angle.
This one goes to 11. 40. This what? One goes to 11. For the record, Louis Theroux has an awesome investigation of Philadelphia crime.
I bet. Does he go down to Kensington?
There's not. Yeah, he goes to Kensington and everything. Yeah, it's really crazy.
I mean, it's Kensington.
It is Kensington. Good old Kensington. Yeah, it's called Forbidden America. That's what it is. Can I not watch it? What the hell?
A gesture that was popularly believed to have been in ancient Rome. And you know why it's believed to be an ancient Roman salute, Pat?
Why is that?
Because of like one Renaissance painting that a French guy made, and then like, you know, it was adopted into like, you know, when people would put on plays of like Julius Caesar and shit, right? Like that's where it came from. And then yes, eventually it came to cinema, and that's where the idea of the Roman salute being that. We have no evidence otherwise. Oh shit, you're Philly, bro?
He did say use. He did say use at one point. So we are connecting some dots here.
Maddie's from Camden County.
Camden. Yeah, I used to stay at my mom's house up in Camden.
Going down to Wawa's for a pack of cigarettes.
Need a pack of ports.
You guys want anything?
Hoagie?
You want a hoagie?
Hoagie.
They got $5 hoagie. Fuck.
We're having fun.
They got the gobbler back now. You want one?
Gobbler's up. Just some water. Yeah, just give me a water. Wait, is there more subs flying around, or is this one of the old ones?
Oh, fuck no! I think they're just
They're just realizing it and
yeah.
thanking. Okay, Hashkush, you are absolutely amazing. You're the angel of the stream that descends
Really,
into us
honestly.
just to drop little miracles around to brighten everyone's day. But hell yeah, man. Little Northeast Philly.
Oh damn. Atlanta.
Hot Atlanta.
Hot Atlanta. You know, my friend I think maybe you'll invite her on at some point. She lives down there.
I've never been to Atlanta. I've been to Savannah. I've been to Macon. I've been to Macon in Georgia.
Macon?
Macon. Yeah.
Yeah,
Never
no,
been,
we
been out
should
to
go to
Atlanta.
Atlanta one of these days.
Yeah, one of these days we'll just hop up, slide to Atlanta.
It's a quick drive, man. It's can't be more than like to if you just are like cranked out and you're driving down to like the Keys, you can do it in under 17 hours, which means you could probably do
What?
Atlanta in less.
Dude, you
What?
can barely get to Port St. Lucie from Philly in 17 hours. You think and the Keys is like an extra 4 hours from PSL,
I've done it.
bro. By we, you mean the Fighting Phils?
Also, what the fuck is it? I've driven from Colorado back to New Jersey in under 24 hours.
Was it fun?
No, not at all. Oh my god, no. Like the last fucking 4 or 5 hours through like Virginia is just ridiculous. Or no, not Virginia. What the fuck am I talking about? Whatever fucking state that was. I'm thinking of my drive down to Florida where for whatever reason when you're driving through Virginia, it's just like you hit like a time loop and like it takes forever to get through it.
Nothing is harder than driving through Florida. It's long. It's nothing but long. There's no it has no girth. It's just a long
No girth.
jeez.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's insane. It's like Virginia. Virginia Part 2, Judgment Day.
Dun 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 dun.
I can't find that video.
You can't find it?
It's like Nick Fuentes' friend or something like that.
I kind of want to see if I can pull up that Vice documentary where they interview Azov.
It's actually pretty good.
Oh, dude! I used to have this job where I had like an hour and a half long drive, to work and back and everything. So I'd be in my car, and I love like Tuvan and like Mongolian throat singing and shit. And I would just be like in my car, sitting in traffic, like practicing how to do throat singing. So I would like be in my car, just going like. All right, that's it.
All right.
Don't want to have too many people just like leaving fucking
5 minutes of sustained throat singing and me eating Chinese food.
Hey,
no taking worker. What's up? Glad you're here.
Oh yeah, no, sorry if you're just coming in here and have no fucking idea what is going on. All right, here we go. That was easy.
I would take Hashkush's advice on this. For whatever reason why they said that very authoritatively, and I trust it.
I mean, like, look, I was also like in a
Like, could you
grind band.
imagine if, like, 3 years down the line, you're
I like lose my voice.
You had a tracheotomy. Damn, were you smoking cigarettes or something like that? Like, how does that happen? You're like, man, like, honestly, I would just lit in my car.
I was just sitting in my car in traffic.
And I would throat sing while I was driving. And I actually ruined my voice box.
If I learned how to do
Oh my God.
like the cyclical breathing, I would be
Yeah.
like 10 times more annoying with it. Like,
I'm sorry, that is such like I'm like crying thinking about how hilarious that it would be if somebody was just like really into casually throat singing and just destroyed their vote where they have to speak through a machine the rest of their life. It's like, they're like, did you do it professionally? And it's like, no, just in my car, just driving from place to place. I just couldn't help it. Fuck, that's so funny. That was improper. My form was improper.
like you should know that you need lessons for that.
That's
Yeah,
what you get for appropriating.
What was that character from South Park? Ned, right? The one that
Yeah,
like was Stan's uncle's friend, you know?
Mhm.
I'm just like, you know, for the next 5 years going, hey chat. Not that I'm not trying to like make fun of people that have that. Like, to me, that I think that's fucking cool, but like, you know, fucking either way, I win. All right, so let's see if like my sound actually works. Is the sound coming through?
No, I think I'm only getting it through your mic.
Damn. It started as a peaceful protest. That's what they all say.
Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. Cool.
I mean, if my vocal cords were going to be wrecked, I think they would have happened like a long time. Oh my god, that fucking like hamburger, Whopper, cheeseburger, and a side of fries. Big Mac Whopper.
Oh boy.
All right. Can you throw up the link I put in the private chat?
Sure.
Oh, dude, I was a weird kid. I spent a lot of time alone just like figuring out how to do noises with my mouth.
Yeah, he is like concerningly good at doing it. Dude, every time that I do the screen share,
yeah,
it always does it. Hold on, let me try to make it full screen first. It always makes it.
Where else on Twitch are you gonna get some weirdo communist with a mullet throat singing?
In November 2013, Ukraine erupted. It started as a peaceful protest in one of Europe's busiest capitals. Today, it exploded into massive violence and bloodshed.
The president tonight is in hiding, and just look at the images coming in now.
At issue, should Ukraine have closer ties to the US and Europe, or Putin's Russia?
The protest movement was diverse, drawn from across Ukrainian society. But the ensuing conflict became a magnet for the extremist far right, creating a training ground for militant nationalists and neo-Nazis who flocked to fight on both sides. Ukraine became the go-to war zone for white nationalists from around the world.
I don't think you can be too violent in a war. War is basically to subdue the enemy, any means necessary.
Huh. What do you mean by that?
My name's Tim Hume, and I report on the far right in Europe for Vice World News. I've covered the situation in Ukraine as it's emerged as a key hub for the international white nationalist scene. The demonstrations that began in Maidan Square in 2013 eventually forced the Ukrainian president, Viktor Yanukovych, from power.
Radio Svoboda, huh?
At this hour, it appears Russian military forces are crossing the border into neighboring Ukraine.
Russia annexed Crimea, and Kremlin-backed separatists rose up in eastern Ukraine.
Could a nation roughly the size of Texas stand a fighting chance against Russia's military might?
The Ukrainian military was under-resourced and overwhelmed, and volunteer battalions stepped in to do the heavy fighting on the country's behalf. One of the key groups was Azov.
The Azov battalion, in many ways, blends forms of nationalism and racism, and that's who they are at their core.
Azov made a name for itself in the battle to retake Mariupol, an eastern city that had been captured by pro-Russian separatists. For many Ukrainians, this crucial victory gave the group legitimacy and standing as patriotic defenders of the country.
In a way, they proved their bona fides as a force to be reckoned with, and
Their
a force that was
bona
willing to
fides?
try to push back against pretty severe odds.
It was the very first thing where the Ukrainian people and the military leadership saw that they might be a bit rough, but it's a good material to work with. And we was given a lot of weapons, basically any kind of small arms which we needed.
These foreign fighters came with different motivations. Some were simply chasing adventure and an escape from their mundane lives at home. But many were right-wing extremists attracted by Azov's ideology. For them, this was a rare shot at potentially implementing some of their far-right politics and a chance to gain real-life combat experience, which they could then bring home with them.
I think that when people are radicalized and decide that, one, that they want to take their ideology to another level, which is, to get training or to learn certain skills, that does become dangerous because they do bring it back home. And then there's, a sense that they're more capable of taking real world action.
Michael Skilt is a notorious former extremist and Swedish military veteran
can you pause it for a second?
with a 20-year history in the far-right scene.
So I just want to bring this up just for anybody else that doesn't already know in chat, and so that we don't so there's just no oh fuck it, I'll just throw it up and let the map speak for itself, right? Just keep this in mind. And this is from a CNN article from 2014. The article is called Ukraine Divided, right? It's about the Ukrainian election of 2014, right? Here we go. Russian as native language. That's fucking Crimea. Okay. Here's Russia, right? And I believe somewhere in this region is actually the Donetsk, Luhansk. I think these actually might be Donetsk, Luhansk, or Luhansk, whatever. Fucking. So that's 75 and over, right? % of people that are
No, that would be the one below that.
What?
That one's 25 to 74.
Right. Well, this one right here, yes, 25 to 74. This one right here is like
Much
75.
more.
Yeah. Right.
So
Crimea, obviously.
I don't mean to I don't mean to call upon or appeal to an unpresent authority that is also anecdotal, but I had a very interesting conversation with my girlfriend's brother about this a week ago when I was at his house for dinner. For anybody listening, and this is something that I haven't researched deeply enough, but I did have a conversation with someone that lived in Ukraine, in Odessa, which is, I believe, down there on the Black Sea towards the bottom. I guess it would be near Crimea. But I'm not sure exactly where it is on the map, but he had a lot of very interesting to say about yeah, it's down there somewhere. He had a lot of very interesting things to say about oh, that's interesting. His wife is Moldovan also. So his Moldovan wife and himself being from Odessa, living there till he was like 13, 14 years old, before moving to New York City. Had a lot of very interesting conversations about Russian identification in that part of the world.
Here's Odessa.
Yeah.
All right. Back to the map. So Odessa is still
yeah
very like Russian speaking.
They identify as Russian. They do not identify as Ukrainian. Her
Right,
entire
and
family.
they are also probably ethnically Russian within Ukraine.
They say that they're ethnically Russian and they don't speak Ukrainian.
Right. You know, and that's like half the goddamn country.
Yeah. I know that there's a lot. I've heard so much back and forth information, and I never want to be talk without knowledge on things. But it does seem to me pretty clear just from like ethnic lines as well as voting and polling patterns that there definitely was a divided situation for Ukraine. Is that this is in no way like a monolithic situation where you know, all Ukraine is yearning for the freedom of NATO and, you know, Western aid.
You ever heard of this movie?
No. Oh, Brighton Beach. Yeah. That's like that's very close to where my girlfriend's from. Oh, yeah. So my girlfriend's from Brooklyn and the rest of her family is as well. And they call the area that she's from Brooklyn, Little Odessa.
Right. Little Odessa. Right. Yeah. It's a Russian Jewish mafia. At no point in this fucking movie or even the synopsis for it do they specify, oh, it's actually about like, you know, Ukrainian
people from Ukraine.
Yeah. So right. I just like, you know, wanted to, you know, throw that up there. And I also wanted to show
funny that you bring that up. That's precisely the area of Brooklyn that my girlfriend's family moved to in 1992.
Like, why wouldn't you move to a place that you know, like, you're going to have community there? You
exactly.
know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. She said that growing up in that community, there was like, it was almost like being in a Eastern European country. Like they were so densely represented there.
Let me see if I can find an ethnic demographic map.
Is that you? Yeah.
All right, so here's an article from fucking son of a bitch.
And I'm talking about the conversation I had with your brother.
All right, so let me throw this up then. And this is actually, oh my God, is that papyrus? This is actually from like an MSNBC article. I tried to open it, or no, it's the Washington Post, but it wouldn't let me. So here you go. Here's mostly Ukrainian speaking, predominantly Ukrainian speaking, right? Here we go, right? And here's ethnic Russians. Almost all of fucking Crimea. Significant ethnic Russian population. The whole fucking, like, you know, part that we just went over that is predominantly Russian speaking. Right here. Right here. Mostly Russian speaking. Bulgarians, right there. Romanians and Moldovans. Look at that. Look at that. Like, you know, so this whole idea that, like, people have been trying to project for the last year that, like, that Ukraine is some kind of, like, ethnic or, like, linguistic monolith.
There's also a very interesting, like, thing about the crime of the annexation of Crimea, which is always kind of interesting. Despite, I'm pretty sure that there's like resounding polls from multiple institutions that show that the people of Crimea wanted to be part of Russia.
Yes.
My girlfriend's brother said that this was like absolutely the case, that like Crimea is one of the most like, and if you look here, this is like a poll regarding should regions be allowed to succeed, and Crimea just like by like orders of magnitude smashes every other like even west or east, like
I can't wrap my head around why people can't get
divided views on Crimea's status. This is from Pew Research, by the way. Should the government in Kiev recognize the results of the referendum in Crimea? If anybody knows, the Crimean referendum was that and a lot of people say that this referendum was done under duress and that there was already boots on the ground that were influencing people to do it. You can make that claim, but why is there so much secondary polling like this one that says that 88% of Crimea was like, yes, please recognize the referendum? And this is Pew Research.
Right.
So, I mean, like,
and it's like, are you going to tell me that, like, what the
look what it says right over here. Crimean residents are almost universally positive toward Russia. At least 9 in 10 have confidence in Putin and say Russia is playing a positive role in Crimea. Confidence in Obama is almost negligible, and 2% think the U.S. is having a good influence on the way things are going in the Crimean Peninsula. This was in 2014. So, yeah. And this isn't like a Russia poll. This isn't the Russian referendum. This is out of like the Pew Research, which is like one of like the oldest and like most commonly cited polling research data points in America, in the Western world.
Right. Well, I mean, like, that's what we're constantly talking about.
You know, I appealed to actually like some quantitative data there, but also I'm going to keep going to the qualitative source of my girlfriend to, you know, because I'm not solely appealing to him. He said that it's absolutely the case that people in Crimea have like always been like Russia. We're part of Russia.
Right. Did they start doing his Batman voice impression? So, all right, let's keep playing the video.
Okay.
We haven't even gotten to the part where they start interviewing like Azov people.
I saw history in the making. I mean, we saw something which hasn't happened in Europe since, I guess, the fall of the Berlin Wall. And yeah, who doesn't want to be a part of history?
You have individuals like Michael Skilt, for instance, the so-called Swedish sniper, like fulfilling the dreams of like people who live online, who play games, or who participate in a more active way through like live action role play, for instance. He's kind of the embodiment of a lot of what white supremacists would like to be, going out to the battlefield, as it were, to Ukraine, to live directly his dream that others really cannot.
While Azov has often tried to downplay its extremist image in the press, its own spokesmen have openly admitted that there are neo-Nazis in the ranks.
There is no arguing about it because you can see the pictures. There are guys with swastikas.
And probably not an accident that Azov's official logo looks like something from a Nazi graphic design fever dream.
Идея нации-переводчика – этот символ. Ну что, он на что-то похож.
То
есть понимаете, что солнце круглое, оно похоже на колесо, но оно же не является колесом.
The right-wingers of Europe, they are divided into two camps.
Pause it. What did you say?
Russian, pro-Ukrainian.
What is that wheel called again? The sun wheel?
The sun wheel, yeah.
It's just called a sun wheel?
I think so.
Okay. I'm sure we'll see a couple Toten comps around here.
A couple Wolf's angles.
And the pro-Russian side would be the dominant side. And the pro-Ukrainians would be the minority by far.
It's a complicated situation because they're fighting Russia, which many white supremacists are also attracted to Russia and believe that Russian nationalists, including Putin, are promoting a traditional white Christian society.
Russian propaganda has seized on these fascist elements to try to smear Ukrainian forces as a whole, which is ironic, given that the far-right foreign fighters also flooded in to fight for pro-Russian military.
You know what I wish, you know what we should have asked? Maybe some 35 degree swastika. We'll admit it looks similar, okay? But you know what we should have asked Horst while he was on here?
What?
You know, he made a number of associations between the Laroucheites with Stefan Bandera and like,
yeah.
How does that explain, or like what is the factor?
He actually has done videos before, literally documenting how Stepan Bandera and like, or not Stepan Bandera, fucking the LaRouche organization like went to Ukraine and literally like kept the Azov. What?
I accepting all of that, how does that contend with the how does that contend with the fact that most of the identified LaRoucheites on YouTube, like Haas and Hickel, are like Putin supporters?
Like that's the thing that's like weird to explain where the disconnect is and where they flip.
I'm not saying that it's a contradiction that disproves what he was saying. I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm saying that where did that change? If you go through being like a Bandera supporter and collaborator, or like an Azov collaborator, that at what point does it, or is it just all part of like the nonsensical appeal to populism of some kind? I don't know, like because now we don't have the self-identified LaRoucheites supporting the Azov, we have them supporting Putin, and the Russian invasion.
So I think that like something happened in like the 90s, I want to say, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe we could ask Horst to come back on and like do like more detail on that at some point.
Yeah. Airwaves, I recognize that, but I'm saying at what point does it switch to being supporting Russia, the Russian invasion, and Putin against Azov?
Yeah. What Pat is asking is, when did it shift?
Right. Yeah. Got it.
What is this? It's ridiculous. They're trying
to. Yeah. Well, I think a common retort to that is that, like, when you're invaded, you don't have a choice but to ally with anyone willing to fight on your side during an invasion. So while you may have disagreements with this or that, or the anti-Semitism of a certain group that you might be for, this is what I've heard more like liberal Ukraine supporters state.
All right. So think about it like this, right? We here in the West, right? It's not the wildest thing to imagine that the large swath of people are just apolitical. Like they don't care. They don't think about anything, right? In terms of that. Now imagine if like, your average like apolitical American, right, is suddenly invaded by whoever, doesn't matter who, right? Now put that in the context of Ukraine, that like I'm sure a lot of working class dudes, chuds, right, that just are, like your dad, right? Suddenly like your country's getting invaded. Yeah, you bet your ass that he's going to go down into the parking lot and like grab an AK off the back of a truck that's being
and he don't care how many swastikas are down there with the boys.
No, he don't fucking care at all, right? He just knows that, like, I live in Ukraine. I'm Ukrainian, especially because for the last 30 years, there's been a strong push for Ukrainian nationalism. So it's like he's not going to think of things in that context, not to mention, especially if this dude is entirely apolitical and just doesn't fucking give a shit. If, like, all the news and TV and radio is telling him that, like, the Russian horde is coming and your life is going to change and, like, your daughters will be sold into, whatever. Like, yeah.
Even Kim Il-sung and Ho Chi Minh worked with the Americans, or vice versa, what I say, because I think Kim Il-sung and Ho Chi Minh were a little bit more optimistic about that relationship than the United States, or I would say the United States was pretty snakish in their utilization of communist forces that were very popular among the people of these respective nations, only to turn their back on them the moment that France felt like reoccupying their colony.
Pat, you can even make the argument that, like, Stalin was too trusting of the Americans. He thought post-war that, like, we're going to work together, right?
We're good, right?
We're good.
I mean,
it's over.
Yeah. When you actually go through a history class and you see like Yalta, the spirit of Yalta. Have you ever heard of the spirit of Yalta?
Yeah.
The spirit of Yalta is like this thing here. I'll pull it up because
also, thank you for the first time chat. FNL.
So this is called the spirit of Yalta. It was the Yalta conference when Roosevelt, this is before Truman got in the picture, where Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill got together. And this was actually like, they call it the spirit of Yalta because it was a time of like really intense like happiness among the allies, that like there was actually like a spirit of cooperation and a spirit of togetherness that was unfortunately dashed to bits by
Truman.
But yeah, there was actually like a pretty I keep saying it, but the spirit of Yalta was like a positive direction in the international world.
Joseph Stalin actually wrote like very positively, very glowingly about Roosevelt and like considered him like a friend.
Yeah. Well, and like you can like go like I think this is the reason why you see a little bit more support for Stalin outside of the United States. So for Guatemala, for example, one of the things that Arbenz was indicted for was because he held a day of remembrance for Stalin's passing. The United States and CIA and whoever said, how dare he have this day of remembrance for Stalin passing? And his retort to that was like, what I grew up during World War II. And I remember during World War II, there were these Nazis and you were allied with this person. We looked at him just as anyone else that like as a hero of that time, just like Roosevelt or just like whoever was involved during that. And now you're saying that we can't have a day of remembrance for his passing. Like this person that you held up in pictures like this just a few years ago.
Fucking apparently there used to be like cardboard cutouts of like Joseph Stalin in like war bond places or whatever, where you could like buy war bonds to support like the war effort. And like, they advertise them as Uncle Joe.
Yeah. In the United States, right? Yeah, they called him Uncle Joe. That was like The aim of the conference was to shape a post-war peace that represented not only a collective security order, but also a plan to give self-determination to the liberated peoples of Europe. Intended mainly to discuss the reestablishment of the nations of war-torn Europe. Within a few years, the Cold War divided the continent. The conference became a subject of intense controversy. Yeah, first in Tehran and then the Potsdam. The Potsdam conference is the one where Truman first came in. And this is the one where they say a lot of things changed. They use these words like, Truman told Stalin exactly where he got off. Like apparently Truman came into this one like acting like he was like big dick swinging and was just like completely dismissive of Stalin. And see, look, so like I had said, in Yalta, there was a far more, great number of changes had taken place. You know what I mean? Stalin had set up puppet governments. I'm waiting to see where they have the part about
well, I mean, that was sure, but like the real thing was that like Truman was, I think, vehemently more anti-communist than Roosevelt was.
Correct.
And like
also the major factor here was the development of the atomic bomb. Because between Yalta and Potsdam, there was no atomic bomb. And then Truman came stepping into Potsdam with the knowledge of the atomic weapon.
Right.
No, FDR didn't. It was Truman that knew they had the bomb. Or maybe you're saying that that FDR had knowledge of it prior to that. But if that's what you're saying, then he certainly didn't act that way during Yalta the same way that Truman did in Potsdam.
Yes.
Right. But Monsieur, this was actually something that was agreed upon specifically by Roosevelt and Stalin. Stalin said, we're currently at war with Nazi Germany. And Roosevelt requested that the moment that Germany surrenders, will you redirect troops to assist us in the Pacific? And Stalin agreed to that. There was even a date that this was agreed upon. Let's see if I believe that this was actually at the Tehran conference, which if you saw, there was 3. This is the Tehran conference, which was the first of the 3 major meetings of the Allied forces. Let's see if they have anything in here about Korea or Asia, because that's where I got a lot of this information from. Soviet entry to the Pacific War. See right here. Roosevelt asked Stalin 5 questions about data and intelligence rating Japanese and Siberian posts. On February 2nd, Stalin told the American ambassador that America could operate 1,000 bombers from Siberia after the Soviet Union had declared war on Japan. Yeah, I was trying to see. There's a specific like written treaty between the United States and the Soviets about their entry into the Pacific. So that all the millions of Russian troops that descended into Manchuria and were really probably the thing that made Japan surrender. Let me see. Division of Germany, United Nations. Yeah, I was trying to see if I could find more. Let me see if I can.
Operation Overlord.
You know what I can do? I can bring up the thing that I personally wrote about Korea where I discussed this. Did they talk about this in Blowback?
What?
Johnny?
What?
Did they talk about the Soviet invasion of Manchuria?
I don't think so.
Look at that.
Maybe.
Look at me now.
Sorry, I wish that there was some kind of evidence, but like I can't even remember where I learned this, but I do remember that there were Uncle Joe like war bond posters. Yeah, Russia probably would have taken Japan. If it was just like, because I think like the US was pretty much like done by like the end, just why they used the bombs in the first place.
So here's some information on the end of World War II. The primary impediment to Korean independence and self-determination would be U.S. geopolitical interest combined with communist paranoia. Years before the surrender of the Japanese, the United States had already made clear its policy toward Korea. In December of 1943, FDR proposed a 40-year trusteeship over Korea, which he likened to the more than 40-year colonial relationship the U.S. had imposed on the Philippines. Remember, we did the whole thing on the Philippines not long ago. The Soviet Union opposed this lengthy trusteeship, but 2 years later, at the Moscow conference, agreed to a period of less than 5 years and urged the earliest possible liquidation of the disastrous results of the protracted Japanese domination of Korea and the formation of a provisional Korean democratic government. Prior to the downfall of Nazi Germany, the United States solicited the assistance of the Soviets in the war against Imperial Japan. During the Tehran conference and again at Yalta, Stalin would pledge his commitment to enter the Pacific War in August following the defeat of Hitler. The Soviets would be tasked with the mainland invasion of Japanese-occupied Manchuria and Korea, while the U.S. headed to Pacific Islands. Roosevelt, who employed an amicable approach to Soviet relations, would pass away in April of 1945, and his successor, Harry S. Truman, would take a more hostile relation to the USSR. Truman's cavalier attitude towards the Soviets would be bolstered by the successful testing of the atomic bomb, which afforded the United States the opportunity to bring about Japanese surrender before Stalin could fulfill his agreement to invade Manchuria and Korea, thus granting the United States unrivaled precedence in the post-war organization of Asia. Truman, eager to beat the Soviets to the punch while simultaneously flexing American military might, dropped the nuclear bomb on Hiroshima on August 6, just days before the Soviets had made agreements to launch its invasion. As promised, Stalin would mobilize 2.5 million troops, 30,000 of which were actually Korean refugees eager to liberate their homeland, to descend upon the Japanese colonies. The weakened Japanese empire stood little chance against the Soviets and quickly capitulated. Despite Japan being a drastically weakened state and facing millions of Soviet troops, a second bomb would be dropped on Nagasaki on August 9th, prompting a Japanese surrender on August 15th. By this time, the Soviet troops had already liberated Manchuria and much of Korea. The United States scrambled, I'm just going to finish this paragraph, to arrange an agreement that would allow the greatest U.S. political presence in Korea. This is a quote. On August 10th, Soviet troops began a large-scale amphibious operations along the northern coast of Korea, and reached as far south as Wonsan by August 16th. At this juncture, Truman cabled the Soviets, requesting for the first time a division of Korea at the 38th parallel. Truman and Dean Rusk, who we talked about earlier with Famous Horse, later revealed that, contrary to wide belief, the division of Korea at the 38th parallel was never discussed at any of the wartime conferences, but came from a suggestion of the U.S. War Department when Secretary of State Burns suggested to Truman that American forces be sent to Korea as far as north as practicable. Stalin agreed to the U.S. proposal, and Korea was partitioned at the 38th parallel and divided into separate spheres of influence, USSR in the north, USA to the south. The decision was made irrespective to the wishes of the Korean population and was meant to be a temporary situation with the expressed objective of unifying the peninsula within 5 years, a goal which still to this day has not been rectified. I wrote that, by the way. It's pretty good, right?
It's pretty good. I can't read what the fuck that says. I think it's the full might of the German armies was met by the Red Soldier. The Russian continues the fight to exterminate the enemy so that peace-loving peoples may return to their homes in security. With us all the way. And then there's this one, I'm sure is pretty easy to find. I don't know why it's so fucking tiny on here. This man is your friend. He fights for freedom.
Dude, you have pretty good voices, man. You do good, like, voice stuff. I like it.
I mean, like, I probably should have done something with, like, voice acting or something. But, like, I don't know. It's one of those, like, kind of jobs where it really depends on, like, who you know. And,
right. Please clap.
Please clap. That's my favorite thing that me and my brother do. I don't know where we get it. I think it might have been from, like, one of those Medal of Honor games or something, where, like, at the beginning they would do the like, you know, world at war.
Yeah, I think that was like the old one where you do D-Day.
Yeah. The boys overseas fighting the crowds.
Yeah, not Call of Duty, Medal of Honor, what we used to play.
Yeah, that's it, Medal of Honor. All right, so how far are we into that video?
Oh yeah, let's do it. We're like over halfway.
All right.
Sorry, you get me talking about Korea.
Yeah, I get it.
And Ukraine have tried to project the others as extreme and as anti-Semites and as neo-Nazis. And so I think that it was in Russia's interest to do that.
But while Azov's extremist ideology sometimes poses a PR problem, it hasn't proven an obstacle to the group finding support from elements within the Ukrainian government. In 2014, the Azov battalion was officially incorporated into Ukraine's National Guard, putting its soldiers on the government payroll. This Azov ecosystem has provided fertile ground for a flourishing neo-Nazi subculture to take root in Ukraine. It's provided a base for white supremacists from around the world to build networks and push their ideology. Azov has actively forged these links, courting support from global far-right networks, organizing conferences and events, and promoting itself on social media. Some ultranationalists have even gained a sort of...
Wait, go back like a second to the first
thousands of followers.
This guy?
What the fuck?
I think it says Valhalla on his neck also.
It would. What kind of fucking fit is that shit?
Ultranationalists have even gained a sort of influencer status, with tens of thousands of followers on Instagram. This has only attracted extremists from other countries who flock to Ukraine to network and take pictures with their idols.
It's critically important for movements to have figureheads, whether you're talking about ISIS and individuals like Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, who had a brand, or his predecessor, Abu Mazab Zarqawi, thinking about global jihadists, or the white supremacist movement more generally, to include the Azov battalion in the movement more generally.
Azov-linked extremists have also started an annual Nazi black metal festival in Kiev. That's become a key networking event for the far right.
Music is certainly a way to attract young people, but also white supremacists from all over the world who would flock to those concerts. And they were used also as a recruiting ground.
Meanwhile, one Ukraine-based extremist, Denis Nikitin, has built his own white supremacist clothing line and MMA promotion company, putting on fights at neo-Nazi festivals across the continent and providing combat training to far-right groups throughout Europe.
Denis Nikitin became a representative of Azov and was attracting people through the mixed martial arts scene.
This mixture of machismo, entrepreneurship, and white nationalism has inspired copycats from as far away as California.
If anyone wants to know, this is what we're about. It's Rise Above movement.
American far-right activists have made pilgrimages to Ukraine to immerse themselves in Azov's far-right subcultures.
I was on Amazon looking at Azov Battalion merchandise that can be purchased, right? And to me, that's really shows you how mainstream the Azov brand is. It's not restricted like, for instance, in the United States, if you were to try to buy something by the Proud Boys, for instance, on Amazon today, it wouldn't be possible. So the branding of Azov actually has made more strides recently. And that's really important for a few reasons, not just to make some money, but also to disseminate the propaganda, but also for individuals to wear.
Do not judge me if you ever find pictures of me wearing a black and yellow fucking Fred Perry, okay? Like, I got it way before that, right?
So, I typed Azov into, forget what you know about cranberry supplements.
What? Oh, there we go.
There's something. Got the chicken. They got the ramen noodle drip. There we go.
It's a nice.
Dude,
I want that shirt. I kind of want that.
Hell yeah. There it is.
Better dead than red.
There it is. Stay strapped, get clapped. Oh yeah, it's on here.
What about Proud Boy? Search Proud Boy.
I'm pretty sure you can find a ton of Hitler shit on here. I don't know if you know.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? Ton of books. Ton of books. A lot of books. This is mostly gonna. It's probably mostly gonna be books.
Hitler shirt.
Hitler T-shirt.
What the fuck? What is Hitler's war? Is that something I don't know about?
Yeah, chat, educate us. What the fuck is Hitler's war?
I know about this. The band, you know the band The Vandals?
I've heard of them, yeah.
Hitler bad, Vandals good.
Dude. Guess what VJ's favorite punk band is?
The Clash?
No.
What?
The Dicks.
Oh, that makes sense. I know he loves The Clash too.
Yeah. Well, he's a huge Joe Strummer fan.
Swastika Nation? Oh shit.
Wild.
I guess.
Forget, isn't Yola Tango from Jersey?
I'm not sure.
Look up Proud Boy. I want to see if they sell Proud Boy shirt. Oh, that is not it.
Is this what you wanted? Is that what you're looking for?
I should get that.
That's a Proud American Bald Eagle Bear t-shirt. That's a Proud Son. We are Proud Boys. How a right-wing street gang ushered in American extremism.
All right, I guess they don't have any Proud Boys merch on
Got
Amazon.
this.
What?
They have this.
The book, the new
Prince
book.
Harry book. Yeah.
Maybe we should read that.
The Prince Harry book?
Yeah. What are you sending me, Monsieur?
Aware that propaganda, who may not be able to travel to Ukraine to fight with the organization, but still show some level of support, and that, in a lot of ways, normalizes the group's behaviors and actions.
As the threat posed by right-wing extremism has grown worldwide, more international attention is being given to the situation in Ukraine. The US government has banned any of its military aid to Ukraine from reaching Azov due to concerns over its extremist ideology. But despite the diplomatic pressure on Ukraine to do
I don't
more,
watch football. You'd have to ask Pat.
there's no sign that Azov is going anywhere.
I actually don't.
It's pretty
really
clear
watch
to
football
me that
either,
they do
but I
have a
been
future
watching
because
videos
they've
of my
been
dad
able to
sometimes.
intertwine themselves into the Ukrainian states. That's very dangerous. I mean, they have been enmeshed in the Ukrainian military. And I think in the context of what we were talking before, that allows for them to become normalized.
And given the group's global connections, many fear that this is a problem that could have consequences well beyond Ukraine's borders.
In terms of white nationalists, white supremacists, they're kind of itching for a fight. When you look at the ideology of these groups, many of them talk about preparing, for a race war. They want real combat training. And Azov gave them the ability. So you had people from the United States and again from all over Europe going to Azov so that when the real war that they think is coming happens, they'll be prepared.
The Dead Kennedys are probably like the single most important punk band in terms of like sound, style, and aesthetic and politics to exist.
Like,
now,
does that mean that, like, fucking Jello has like perfect politics
No.
or anything like that? Absolutely not. But they are just undeniably good.
And they were doing this back in like 1979. And like prior to them, you could definitely see like the Ramones and the Clash. But I think when it really went off and became like, this is punk. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't even like a little bit rock and roll with like some punk aesthetic and everything like that. Like, this is like where it really turned the corner and solidified itself and just like, cutting themselves on stage. Well, Iggy Pop had been cutting himself on stage for years at this point. So, and Iggy is a huge, like, pre-punk punk artist, but I think the Dead Kennedys, I mean, like what I consider to be punk was the first one to be like to really embody that.
I would say though that like the superior band, right, to Dead Kennedys when it comes to politics would probably be the Dicks.
Right.
Like that is also why I was like so hyped when VJ said that was his favorite. I spoke to Johnny Rotten a few years ago. He denied he was.
He's like a Trump supporter now.
Yeah, no, but that's because like the Sex Pistols, they were all kind of like posers, pretty much. Like the only people that could actually play their instruments like wound up leaving the band. By the time Sid Vicious was in there.
I agree with the Ramones, but the Ramones were still like a very, very rock and roll band with some punk elements. The Dead Boys more
Dude,
so.
the Ramones are like a surf punk band.
Yeah, I mean, when you put on Nazi Punk's Fuck Off and the overall speed and aggression that comes from that, there you could say like Bad Brains, but like I believe that the Dead Kennedys really like represented like a like unprecedented Who's first album.
Oh, and the band that the Dicks actually come from is the Big Boys, which, if you know your punk lore.
Yeah, Big Boys in Texas, right?
Yeah. First openly gay singer punk band, but like, Texas punk band, right? And when the Bad Brains were touring through Texas, the Big Boys were like, hey, do you guys have a place to crash tonight? You can come stay with us. And they were like, all right, bet. And so the fucking...
They painted
what?
Not nice things on the wall, right?
Oh, they left like a note that like you got burned for like you're living your bad life, bad way or whatever, and they stole all their weed, and like the big boys were like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
And, like, why did you stay with us and then steal all our weed?
I mean, you're saying that the Ramones first, I'm just looking at their first album. Like, this is what has Blitzkrieg Bop and Beat on the Brat. I mean, oh yeah, the Buzzcocks are absolutely fucking incredible. Yeah. Like, I love the Buzzcocks, but
I've seen them live.
You can't look at Buzzcocks. I mean, I consider them a punk band. I consider all these bands that we're talking about punk bands, but like, I'm definitely more into like hardcore element of punk, and there was more of an unambiguous I would say with the Dead Kennedys and bands of more of their ilk, there was more of an unambiguous, less mainstream, less marketable turn from punk that then like, you know, then you have the GBHs and the Discharges and the Chaos UKs, bands that I really, really love. But like when you look at like a song like this, just listen to the speed. Like, this is something that no one was doing.
Overproduced by Martin Hannett, take 4.
Nazi box, fuck off, Nazi box.
You're like, hell yeah. Like, that shit like brings it to, and they're singing about Cambodia and shit like that. Like like the political nature of their music was just like, and they're on screen. Like, so like, look, you can find them in 1979 singing the song "I Kill Children," and like,
I kill children.
And it's like, it's insane. The look at this. We're totally off topic right now, but I love
absolutely. We are so off topic.
You look like you're all vegetarian.
Like, have you ever wanted to die? Of course you have.
Have you ever wanted to die? Of course you have. And it's made, like, in my opinion, all that much more better that, like, you know, he's not this like super aggro, like, you know, I'm a man kind of
Henry
guy.
Rollins, not like Henry Rollins was doing it. Like, more, yeah. But yeah, man. Yeah, of course. Angelic Upstarts are awesome. I love all that shit too. Like Sham 69, such a sick band. The Oppressed, just so many of those great. I can't help but disagree with you on that.
Man, you're killing me, man. Especially because like I know we agree so much on so much music stuff.
Yeah. And like this might just be like a different trajectory of your childhood. You know what I mean? Because I heard the song not Kill the Poor. Maybe it was Kill the Poor on the radio when I was a kid, and my uncles like told me more about it. My uncles like knew about Dead Kennedys and MDC and bands, like they would like tell me about John Wayne was a Nazi. And
my dad showed me that when I was like 12 years old. My mom got me both my mom was a punk and my dad was like a metalhead back in the day. So like I got exposed to a lot of like the first wave stuff like really early, but like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just because like of the time where I discovered them, they had that impact on me, and like maybe that's just my impressionism. Oh, nice, yeah.
Which is, you know, what's funny about that is that like my dad is like originally from England, right? And you would think that like, you know, he'd be like way more into that scene. He's not like at all.
Like for me though, like let's say like, so we were just watching footage from 1979, right? But like for me, like the torch was like kind of like passed like after like that, when I was like 15 or 16, like I got away from that more traditional punk, and like this was the type of shit I was like, this is like in terms of like political and talking about nuclear war and shit like that. And it's like a whole
My
lot.
dad got me into
This
this.
song is like one of my favorite. You don't gotta watch the whole thing, but you get my
Even the
idea.
children. Even the children.
Yeah, great fucking bands, man. I could sit in here and talk about like random punk music all day. Here's that band that I was that hoodie that I'm wearing. This Italian record label called FOAD. Released some of their merch. I bought this from Italy. I big whole trip across Italy. Like, nobody like had re-released it. And dude, this is another thing people are talking about. Like early '80s Japan had some of the most disgusting hardcore, the most like repulsive hardcore that I've ever heard in my life.
Here, can you
This came out. When did this come out? It came out in '82. And just listen how gross this is.
Can you play the song Billy and Kim off of that link I just sent you?
Yeah, and this is another one. Nuclear Addicts. When did this?
Oh my
come out?
god,
I'll put it on right
Confused.
after. Yeah, you know this band?
Yeah.
Also 1984.
Look, chat, if you want to get into like Japanese D-beat, just look up the band Death Side, right? DEATHSIDE. That's like all you need.
Yeah. They're a little bit later. They were like more towards the 90s. But still.
But I want to show you this band, Mosin Nagant. They're actually out of technically Philly, I think. But can you play the song Billy and Kim and open up the lyrics real quick and just zoom in on that?
Harris did a fucking number on you, huh? Gullible motherfucker. Believe everything you fucking read. In one eye, out the other. What's the point? Why bother? Billy Hurst did a fucking number on you.
So the lyrics in this song is basically about how gullible people are to believe in anything about the DPRK. And I've spoken to them, Pat. We have full permission to use their music if we want.
Oh, we got the Limp Bizkit part?
Yeah.
You got the Limp Bizkit break? It's like more math. It's got the mathcore fucking breakdown.
It's got everything, man.
Yeah.
It literally like
black metal. I thought it was black metal at first, the way that it was like gearing up.
Smoking hot milfs in your area.
This is Mosin Nagant, Matt. They're from Philly, and they're really cool. They are comrades. I reached out to them on Instagram.
You know about this? You know about this?
Bro, WFMU is my shit. If I'm not listening to like a podcast or something or just music off of my phone, like I'm only listening to WFMU. Fuck yeah, this is my shit.
What
I
about?
love that his voice broke at the end.
What about this one, chat? Sankara.
Oh hell yeah, dude!
Total liberation of the human race.
He's got like another project now or something, or at least something related. I think it's called Baneblade.
This person?
I think so.
I don't follow this stuff too deeply, but
I can't I can't stop myself from following it.
oh, dark. It's like a Dark Throne ripoff, right? Mark's Throne, I think it's called.
Yeah, but I don't think they're actually like comrades. I think they're
Like a gimmick. Come on, I wanted to hear this. I have the Mark's Throne up. I just want to hear this when it actually hits.
Have you ever heard of the Downtown Boys?
I honestly don't fuck with that one as much as like the faster, grindy stuff. I'm not like a huge black metal guy. Here, I'm gonna go grab a book real quick. Check this out. It's called the Left Wing Path, but I think that's supposed to be like, you know, the band.
Yeah, the dark path, the left-hand path.
Left-hand Path by Entombed.
Yeah.
I think it's supposed to be a rip of that. Yeah.
So yeah, if you're like interested in stuff like this, you know, there's like a couple different. If you're on Facebook, there's a couple different Facebook groups. There's always the Is It Fash, the musical Facebook page, but then there's also like the People's Black Metal Necro posting that posts all kinds of stuff. Sober Living for the Revolution. I remember when you got that. You're muted.
I said, oh yeah, I got it when I lived in Gainesville. Talks about man holding banner.
Man lifting banner.
Lifting banner.
Oh, fuck. Yo, if you want like legit like commie punk music, Man Lifting Banner is insane. Man Lifting Banner, and then there's also Seeing Red, right? Not with a G, just SEEIN.
There's a new one too. There's a new one called Marx Bros. I'm pretty sure it's members of like Seeing Red.
You're never gonna find it. You are absolutely not gonna find it. Throw up this fucking Downtown Boys Bandcamp thing I sent you, or the YouTube video that I sent you. I promise they're good. Bro, Frankster, all the fucking time. That's why, like, every new black metal band I find, I'm like going on the Is It Fash the Musical Facebook page and being like, does anybody know anything about this?
I know a lot of people like that.
And they're Italian. Yeah, we don't need to talk about, you know, all of my Death Industrial records or my taste in Death Industrial. We don't need to talk about the band Genocide Organ.
Genocide Organ, yeah, I know about that. I had a friend of mine that made harsh noise and stuff. And we have to mention the real OGs. I mean, not really the real OGs, but just like probably one of the best like leftist aesthetic, like truly political bands, which is Los Crudos.
Oh yeah.
Just like,
he's got such a voice that just cuts clear across everything.
again, it's so tight, man. One of my favorites. And also, you know, that the singer went on to form Winter.
I can't hear you. I can't understand what the fuck you're saying right now.
I'm a sucker for that, like sharp vocal, fast, like grindy power violence.
So you like what the fuck, Das Oath and shit?
Charles Bronson, all that stuff. Yeah. But this book actually talks about a lot of those bands. Y'all didn't even think I was about to break out books on punk too, but that's also, you remember that person that came into our chat the other day being like, I kill posers or something like that was their name. I'll tell you, like,
yeah.
What bands do you listen to?
Yeah, right, bro. Like, don't even fucking come in here trying to be like, you fucking post. Like, bro, you probably listen to some like 5-Finger Death Punch bullshit.
Yeah.
Like,
you probably listen to the corniest, edgy music.
It's like, bro, do you even listen to NSBM? Do you even listen to Nazi metal?
I probably know better Nazi bands than you do.
Right.
And I don't even listen to.
Pat breaking out another book. We're talking about music and he's breaking out books. Yeah, you better fucking believe it.
I got a couple other cool straight edge books downstairs too.
We should actually just do like a fucking music stream one day.
Yeah, but like the thing is, like, I'm not a musician. I don't even make music or anything like that. I'm just like a consumer of it, and like I feel like
I have one song on Bandcamp.
Yeah, and I just feel like a little bit like cheap. Like maybe that's not really my lane. You know what I mean? But
yeah, if you
want
to
talk about, especially when there's somebody, you know, like you, that like we have like a lot of like overlapping interests in music, and we like
well, that's how me and you you know, we connected at first.
Right. The only two kids in a rehab of Eminem fans
listening to the recovery.
Yeah.
So the link I just put in chat, the Burning Diamat at Bandcamp, that's me, and it's like the only song I've made in the last like 5 years that I feel like really confident about, that like I would ever even make it public. But I don't know. I need to get back into making music again.
I got too shy, but when we had Famous Horse on, the first thing I was like, you know, I'm really excited to have somebody here, you know, from your like esteemed perspective. I know you do a lot of research and have a lot of really great insight on topics. So could you please break down with us? I found it because I searched like his YouTube and I found this, and I just didn't really know him like that. I didn't know if I would be like disrespecting him or wasting his time, so I didn't bring this up.
Oh fuck! You want to know what, Frankster? I wanna, because the only issue would be his schedule because he streams like every day. But I would love to invite Marcus on. I think there's so much to talk about though. You know what I mean? You have no idea who I'm talking about. So Marcus runs a Twitch channel, Pat, called Left Flank
Vet. He's rated us twice.
Yeah. What? What meme went viral recently? David Bennett on YouTube? Did we actually finish that that video?
No. Oh, I lost. Hold on, I got it. I just got to search through my recent videos of. Oh yeah, we did watch the whole thing. It's over.
Okay. Yeah, that other he has a couple other videos. He has one about Poland. He has one about Hungary. He did like a whole series on like the rise of the right. The guy of the video that we were just watching.
Oh, with Vice or?
Yeah, with Vice. What's it called?
Yeah, we could definitely bump.
Right. So maybe if I go on Vice, shut up. Where the fuck is it? Informer, Crime Wave. Yeah, it's just called. If you just search Vice Decade of Hate, you'll find like all the videos.
Oh, nice. We're getting to like the 4.5 hour mark, so I don't know how many more videos we're gonna get into today.
No, none. That's how many we're getting into today.
Damn, it's 30 degrees outside.
31 out here.
Out here.
Out here.
Oh, well, it feels as though we're at an impasse here, chat.
We're gonna all right. Yeah, no, we're done. So yeah, make sure you tune in this fucking Sunday, right? The day after tomorrow. And
the conclusion.
What?
For the conclusion.
For the conclusion.
Black Shirts and Reds.
Black Shirts and Reds, the most commonly, suggested book for newbies. We did it, gang. Hey, what did Midwestern Marks do that makes you think they're LaRoucheites? I don't watch a ton of their stuff, but I'm pretty sure
I have no idea. I'm not the one who
I am. I'm the one. Pat isn't, but I am. So between their connection to Hassan Ali, Bridget, Jiang Yu, and then like the thing about like wokeism, right? That they've got where they're just literally bending over backwards to try throw that designation. Oh no, I'm not trying to like throw it around, man. Like I literally follow Midwestern Marks. Like I want to like Midwestern Marks, but there's a lot about what they do, and there's a lot about like what they say that like is very concerning in terms of like being kind of just Patsock bullshit with better PR and a lot quieter. But yeah, I'll just hit me up on like fucking Discord or some shit. I'll talk to you about it. I don't care. You find the dumpling ears like really hot, Sebs? No, I don't blame you. Fucking yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of concerning shit, Matt. I'm not just trying to like throw it around. But I will definitely like, talk to you about it more on Discord if you want. But yeah, make sure you tune in on Sunday, and we'll get to the conclusion of Black Shirts and Reds, and then we'll be starting what is it? The Sword and the Shield.
Next Wednesday, the beginning of the Sword and the Shield Black History Month saga, the revolutionary lives of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Martin X and Malcolm Luther King.
Martin, Malcolm X, Luther King. So I don't know who you guys want to raid, but I think it'd be kind of rude of us to just like,
Is horse streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should hit up the horse.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, thanks for coming on, and then we're just not gonna raid you.
Later, dude.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Listen, I will play an emulator of Pokemon Fire Red so that I can play with the Generation 1 Master Race Pokemon and not engage with all the shit that has come out in the years afterwards. So if you want to watch me play the emulator of Fire Red.
Pat. Sebs the other night was telling me about how there's the new Pokemon where it's like there's two god Pokemons, right? And there's like a holy war going on between the two different sides.
What?
Are you sure you don't want to play new Pokemon? You don't want to be like,
that sounds crazy.
Like a
Seb,
Pokemon Hechimite or something?
Can you confirm this lore, please?
Sebs, I'm not rating out till you answer. You got to tell Pat that I'm right.
We're going to sit here all night.
Confirm or deny. Is there? Yes. See, Seb said yes. So.
Salamander. Oh, shit.
All right. Fuck. Lal salam, everybody.
Perfect.
Stay strong out there. Alhamdulillah.
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 All right, everybody. Lal salam. Have a good night.
Good night.
Johnny, tomorrow I'll message you when I wake up and we'll figure out when we want to get on to talk about all that other shit, okay?
All right.
All right. Later, brother. Later, everybody in chat.
Love
Have a
you.
good night.
Good night.